care and protect our natural resources. Thank you very much. Wilson and Santiago, thank you very much. By the end of these experiences, please stay there because we're going to have questions for you. People will ask questions to all the presenters. Now we will invite Pilar Tuna Rosa, Director of Natural Science and Environmental Science Coordinator of the Sustainability Curricula, and Carolina Baunza also, who is a student of 10th grade of the Rochester School in Colombia with the experience Virus Ventures. I tried trying to go to Mars. I couldn't get what you said. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you pretty well. Don't see you, but we hear you.
Okay, there we are. Hello, good morning. I'm going to share my screen. Is this okay?
Sí, perfecto.
Gracias. Okay, so good morning. Welcome. We are here. I'm here with Carolina Abaunza from 11th grade. We are glad to share with you two projects that we did in biology class with Miss Andrea Polanco. The first project will help you be aware of the importance of food and how can we grow our own food for our survival and also taking care of our planet without any chemicals and without any things that could impact it. The second project will let you know how students use the systems thinking to relate the air ventilation system that we have here at Rochester School with our health, especially under these conditions of this pandemic and this virus. Kids related how virus and ventilation systems are related and how can we take care of our health in a better way. We are always seeking for students to do hands-on activities in class. They love it. So these two projects were done not only with the creativity of students and teachers, but also with the input of the Learning Lab. The Learning Lab is a platform from the USGBC that we are piloting right now, which give us great lessons and materials about sustainability. And this, of course, is helping us a lot since we are a sustainable school and we are LEED Gold, as Carolina is going to explain right now. So, Carolina.
Okay, so thank you, Philip. Let's begin with the project Sitting and Planning to Go Mars. So first I'm going to explain a little about the project, what was the purpose, vision, process, then the relationship between Learning Lab, and last I'm going to show the relationship between our projects and Sustainable Development Goals of the UN. Okay, so Sitting and Planning to Go Mars was an initiative created by the school to simulate what is done in NASA in terms of looking at the conditions that are needed to be able to plant. Also, in this case, at the beginning, the idea was to simulate what we were going, that we were going like on a spaceship, and we only have like organic residues. So the idea is what could be done if we only have organic residues. So we decided to pass this into a smaller scale and do it on our school. So the idea of this project is to try to remember that we need to take care of our planet, and also our teacher encouraged us to use seeds that we use every day on our meals, like strawberries, blackberries, passion fruits, among others, so that we could plant and create a seed bank. Okay, so now the process. When our teacher notifies us about this project, she sends us a list with seeds and materials that we needed to bring to class. Then, the day of the class, we divide ourselves into groups so that we could select seeds from the strawberries, from the blackberries, from the passion fruit, among other foods. For example, also in my case, I crushed eggshells so that we could use them as a fertilizer, um, as well with other people did with coffee residues. After doing this, we assembled the seeds inside the egg trays with soil, and some of them with coffee residues and some of them with eggshells. The last step was going to the school garden to plant some of the things that we didn't plant on the class. For example, instead of separating the seeds from the fruit, we put the complete strawberry into soil to see how it grows. Um, so this was kind of the last step process. Okay, so our Learning Lab lesson. As Billy explained, Learning Lab is a platform that we're teachers are using now so that we could implement these lessons into our classes. The lesson that we chose this time was a seed bank challenge. So in this lesson, students learn how something very small as a seed can have a tremendous value on human societies. So the idea is for us to appreciate food, to appreciate that it is not only like we eat it, and if we don't want more, it's waste because we could use it to produce more food. Learn the valuable role of seed banks, and well, investigate a little about our seed. So we also use this methodology in which first we brainstorm seeds that we would like to protect. Then we research a little about the seed that of the chosen plant. And finally, we share our results and put them into the seed bank. Okay, so now the Sustainable Development Goals. As you should know, these goals are a universal call to put an end on poverty, protect the planet, and guarantee people to enjoy peace and prosperity by 2030. So what is the relationship with this project? In this case, we select these two goals, which are goal number 2, zero hunger, and goal number 12, which is responsible consumption and production. Mm, Each of the goals has different targets. So the specific target that we select this time was target 2.4. Mm, and what is our relationship with this target? Well, the implementation of this project on different places could highly reduce the production of food waste by taking advantage of seeds and other materials that can be used for composting. Um, and well, here is where our next target gets involved. Target 12.3 of responsible consumption and production. So this target wants to substantially reduce waste generation through prevention, reduction, recycle, and reusing. Um, so when the natural transformation process of organic waste is done through a biological oxidation process, that allows us to turn these organic waste into nutrients and this serves to fertilize the land. So by doing this, this recycling, we are reducing the amount of organic waste, and we are generating um, a fertilizer and reuse it, the organic waste. Um, Okay, now let's move on to the next project, which is Virus Ventures. Um, so, as well as in the last project, I'm going to tell you about the purpose, the process, the evidences, and as well the relationship with Learning Lab and the Sustainable Development Goals. Okay, so in this case, our teacher encouraged us to investigate about viral infections. And with the knowledge that we acquired in class, um, teach others what these viral infections can do, including students, teachers, parents, and Rochester school staff. Also, sharing about prevention methods to prevent these viral infections. Of course, though to the actual situation, we focus on COVID-19. So, the process. First, we research about the virus. In this moment, the virus wasn't in Colombia, so we were like investigating about what was happening in China and other countries that already had the problem, and seeing what could happen here. Next, we inform people about our research. We tell them what symptoms come with the virus, what could we do to prevent getting infected. And lastly, well, the idea was for the people that we inform to encourage others to spread the word, and well, we encourage them to spread the word. Okay, so here you can observe some of the evidences of the first stage of this project. This first stage, remember, that was before the pandemic has arrived to Colombia. So that's why there's a lot of people without masks because, well, the virus wasn't here. Um, so our learning lab lesson, a breath of fresh air. In this lesson, the idea of our teacher was to encourage us to take the roles of learner and teachers, as I already explained, and to pass this information to others. In this case, we focused on outdoor and indoor air quality, and this is the second stage of the project.
Una de las cosas que más importancia se le dio era el tema de la ventilación. Hace 9 años.
This is something important that happened about 9 years ago. The indoor ventilation assessment. What happens with the air? Sorry, the sound is not good. When you're exhaling air and when you inhale, you exhale. The air, sorry.
Okay. You can see Jorge Quintero explaining a bit about our ventilation system to students and the importance of it now. So here at school, we need to keep our classroom closed. Sorry, our doors closed in the classrooms, so that the ventilation system works properly. So as you may know, our school has a LEED Gold certification, and this means leadership in energy and environmental design. Um, so this is given to sustainable buildings. And well, in this case, our ventilation system consists on renewing the air in the classrooms. So the air of outside is absorbed by a special ventilation tube, as you can see on the picture. And this way, the air taken from outside is injected inside the classroom, and this way we always have like a good airflow by also passing the indoor air from outside, from inside to outside to Iraq. So, as you might know, the World Health Organization states that the risk of getting COVID 19 is higher in crowded and inaccurately ventilated spaces. We had a lot of that in school because, well, if people had this information, well, they were wondering why do we need to keep the doors closed? Because, of course, they suppose that if we have the our doors closed, well, the airflow is less. But that's why we needed to inform them about the ventilation system. Um, so
I'm sorry, the video's not good.
um, project, we use these essential questions, as well as we continue informing about the last stage of the project. Um, we explain why what is exactly is air and why is it important to us. Um, what is air quality and how it is monitored, and what factors influence indoor and outdoor air quality. For example, in this situation, we can see how in our classroom, the ventilation system it's a factor that influences on our indoor air quality. So the sustainable development goals that we connect to this project were the third one, which is good health and well-being, and the 11th one, which is sustainable cities and communities. So for goal number three, we connected it with target number 3.3, which consists on ending epidemics and other communicable diseases. In this case, we will focus, as I already said, on COVID-19. And of course, we're not going to end the pandemic with our project, but it's a contribution to reduce the number of infected people if people are were informed about what's happening and what can they do to prevent getting infected. Mm, so if people are informed, they tend to be more careful with the security measures. Mm, Also, for example, in stage two, we're also seeking to inform about the vaccine because there's a lot of misinformation, and for this reason, some people do not want to get vaccinated. So it's also like an invitation to trust science. The other target that we chose was a target 11.6, which, as mentioned before, our school has sustainable facilities, which contribute to this target, paying special attention to air quality in this situation. Lastly, I would like to share one of my favorite quotes with you that says, "The pessimist sees difficulty in every opportunity, the optimist sees opportunity in every difficulty," by Winston Churchill. So, this is kind of an invitation for you to don't be a pessimist about the situation and to come up with ideas to improve the situation because it's all that we can do right now. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Gracias, Pilar y Carolina, por su intervención. Ahora damos paso a María Victoria León. Ella es
Thank you,
coordinadora.
Pilar and Carolina. Now we have Maria Victoria León. She's a teacher at the city of Santa Marta, Colombia, with an experience that is called Pathway and Ecological Corridor. Plant a tree, plant peace. This is a long in Santa Marta. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this invitation. Can you give me a second while I share my screen with you? Patty, while you organize your screen, we want to invite the students and the people that have uh, talked not to leave because we're going to have questions at the end. We're going to have questions from people. the room. I am very pleased to be here this morning in this meeting. I think we need more of these spaces in our country like this one. And my name is Maria Victoria Leon. I am a biologist with a master's in science teaching, and I form part of the research team and teachers team that participated in the project Sendero y Corredor Ecológico Tree Plant Peace of the IED Technical INEM Simon Bolivar Educational Institution in Santa Marta. Before I tell you about my project, I want to tell you who we are. We are an institution located in the city of Santa Marta, north of the country, on the Caribbean. We are a technical institution with several modalities. Among them, we have the environmental management modality, which is the main way of supporting the project. We are an institution in terms of land, which is quite big, located almost in the center of the city, where we have old areas of tropical dry forest. So this is the map that I'm showing you in red. We have about 12 hectares of land in the city, of which 4 of those hectares used to belong to a dry forest. But you can see that we are surrounded by a concrete forest where we have parks, urbanizations, commercial centers, and universities, which is quite large. So this exercise that we have been having in this urbanization around an institution has been one of the precursors of this project. So where does the project come from? Well, Professor Cecilia from social science, who was a pioneer in this exercise, was to tell us about the origin of this ecological corridor and pathway. Some time ago, about the end of 2016, in this same place where the forest still grows free with its fauna and with the wonderful nature is inspiring, some of the teachers of social sciences concerned about the need of reinventing our institution to improve the social tissue of the educational community. We combined the efforts with natural sciences and environmental management that consider necessary to review the tactics of the nature, while we view the possibility of changing this pathway with an ecological corridor in a laboratory that with teamwork can generate new attitudes, practices in all the areas of knowledge. With an interdisciplinary approach and transdisciplinary approach that allows to develop the scientific spirit and the artistic spirit and the culture of technical activities that promote creativity. As Ceci was saying, we were born in 2016, more or less, after a very chaotic situation in the institution because we had loss of land. Some classrooms had been torn down. So we were sort of crowded. So we had this conflict between students and the community. And the project was born from a social approach, trying to improve the environment and the relationships among the community. But we also had a pedagogical and scientific objective. And for that, we have Mario De Leon, who's going to tell us about these objectives.
Hi, my name is Mario Celedon. So it's about having people owning, having a sense of belonging of the place where they inhabit or the place they inhabit. So these are some guidelines and recommendations. From the pedagogic standpoint, we focus on cross cutting curriculum so that they can experience live, they can develop their mathematic thinking. And how can we, for example, at a mathematic level, we go, we take them to the trees and through equations in an indirect form. They have birds watching the waters, they paint with nature, they use the pigment from the plants. And from the scientific standpoint, we want to guarantee for the city a lung of oxygen. We want this to be the center where reptiles, mammals, and birds can come and find shelter and protect from everything having to do with the violent environment of the city. and also to improve aquifers. We know that the city is a jungle of concrete, and whenever there's rain, very few places go to the aquifer, so that leads to need a significant learning, and this learning has given us great results. So those excellent results that Professor Mario is telling us about are also related to the number of allies that we've had in this project, and it is important to mention them, especially the University of Magdalena, who has contributed with the training to teachers, to in an apprenticeship program, club, gardening club, and especially the Foundation Pachaqueros, uh, led by Liliana Salamanca. They've been here from the beginning of the project, organizing and supporting us. And those who also want to give a contribution today through this summit, you can tell us a bit about your experience and your participation in this project. The project is more than a project. It's a project which integrates several local and communities and institutions interested in conserving or conservation of nature and plants. We belong to the Bachaqueros Foundation, and since 2016, we've been working hand in hand with this educational institute. The educational community is always willing to connect with the city and with the people interested in the improvement of these forests. It has a large forest, dry tropical forests that we've been recovering through different reforestation activities, planting of trees, and we currently have an orchard thanks to the support of the government institutions. So we're waiting for you to participate also with us in all the activities for a common future of the biological corridors in the city. Well, Viviana was telling us a bit about everything we've carried out over the past 5 years. And thanks to our allies and the different contributions from the different people, not only in the institution, but the community of Santa Marta in general. And so we wanted to concretely show you what the contributions have been in the technical modality, environmental modality within the institution. So led by Carlio Lobato, the coordinator, he will tell us a bit about the experiences and the contributions of the students in this modality in the project Plant Tree, Plant Peace. I am the teacher Jairo Lobato. As far as environmental management, we've carried out campaigns related to the proper use of natural resources, fundamentally what has to do with water, solid waste, activities such as organic composting. We've given uses of the ecosystems for the benefit of mankind, such as the fabrication of wine. And we've also taken this area as an area of studies and knowledge of insects and knowledge of flora and fauna, for which we have the support of biologists from the University of Magdalena. They are helping us identify what the characteristic flora of this type of forests is. So Jairo, the coordinator of the technical modality of environmental management, told us about how with the apprenticeship program participants, we're making an inventory of everything we have as far as fauna and flora within this patch of dry tropical forest. We have an inventory of 23 species of birds. We have sirilis, we have colibris, loras, pericos, carpinteros, azulejos, a great variety of birds in size, shape, and colors, which makes this space very rich. In terms of mammals, we have 5 species of mammals have arrived to this space in a wild way. They've found a shelter in this within this dry tropical forest in the midst of a city. As far as native plants, we have now 12 species of plants without counting those which have been introduced into the institution. I especially want to highlight Macurutu, which is our emblematic tree of Santa Marta. So that's why I'm mentioning it, because it makes reference to this beautiful city. It's a very beautiful tree, the one in purple that you see here in the upper part of the screen. So that's our emblematic tree. We've carried out lots of reforestation exercises, and at this point we have a bioclimate orchard granted by Corpamac y Aire, the electrifying institution of the city. We have the possibility to plant around 2,500 plants, different plants. We have caobas, cedros, tambores, campanos, macurutus, guanábanos, and many other species that we're waiting to plant not only along this corridor, but throughout the entire city. So we've already become familiar with this project. Now we know how beautiful and special it is. Uh, but we also have to tell you a bit about what we're facing now. We have a world environmental crisis. It's not only local, it's worldwide. We have a massive introduction of waste into the systems that have contaminated the waters, the soil, the air, and which are deteriorating habitats in general. So it's a latent danger for this patch of or section of dry tropical forests. And we need to add the fact that in this sector we have a strong urban pressure. The project in 2016 outside the institution has more than 50 years. At the beginning, the institution had its premises outside or outskirts, but with all these innovation and new settlements, the school was left in the middle of the city, and today we're practically at the center of Santa Marta. So we have around 12 hectares of land. Around four were priorly dry tropical forest. But we've been suffering a complex situation, and it is that we've basically lost land because we've had squatters invading, we've had stealing of premises, and with this situation we've had to foster this project because we don't want to lose what belongs to the institution. We want the future generations to continue to enjoy green spaces around the city so that it can become the lung of Santa Marta that we were mentioning in our title. So the entire scientific and pedagogic exercise we're carrying out, it's with the objective of being able to decree in the future, like this space as a reserve, a special reserve, so that we don't lose it, continue maintaining it, and be able to have it ready in good conditions for the future generations. So those are the students that are today in the institutions who have carried out the exercise of cleaning, maintaining, preserving, and taking care of this space we have. Now they want to tell us a bit about their experience, about their feeling, their participation, and the vision they have for the future of this project. So what are the children telling us about these project Plant Tree, Plant Peace? Hi, my name is Jose Augusto Romano. I am in fifth grade. We are here planting. We're helping the planet and helping nature because trees are the ones who provide us with air, oxygen, fruits, and food. My name is Isilela. I recommend my fellow students and all children that we should not cut trees, we should not throw waste on the land. We have to take care of our rivers, protect the environment, because if we are left without trees, then we will be left without air and oxygen to breathe. My name is Maria Jose Quintero from Section 1 of the modality Environmental Management, and I want to talk today about my experience in the ecologic trail of my institution. This is not only a place full of trees and plants. It's an example of how we can restore a place that we thought was lost. And it is very satisfying to be able to, in the future, say, wow, this is a beautiful place. How much has it changed? And feel proud. This year, I will graduate. My experience was beautiful in this place. And I want my other colleagues to enjoy this section, this area, not this trail, not only the students, but all the people in the city of Santa Marta. Well, as Maria Jose was telling us, this trail is the heart of the institution. They've asked these questions through our YouTube chat. I want to start with Diego Acosta from Juan 23, the school. Juan 23, are you here, Diego, listening to ask you the questions? Anyone from Juan 23? Maybe Diego was disconnected, but maybe we can continue now with the questions for the St. Patrick's School. Jan White, how are you? Are you here present to start with the questions for you?
Yes, I'm here and my teammates are on as well. So we're ready for whatever questions you might have. And as you can tell, we're sitting outside during our lunch duty.
Perfecto, iniciamos.
Right, so let's begin. What's the most fascinating aspect of watching your students by exploring and discovering the beauty of nature?
Well,
Jan, did you hear the question? Did everyone in the team hear the question? Jan, did you hear the question? Jan?
I
Jan?
heard part of it. Can you hear me?
Ah, que oyó. She's going to repeat it, okay? So what's the most fascinating part of seeing and watching students exploring and discovering the beauty of nature in the company of all of you?
I think the most fascinating part is when we see our students starting to take leadership in the sustainability efforts that we have on campus. When we start to see the role of the leaders and the role of the facilitators coming through in our students. A good example of this is our third grade students who completely organized and took over the role of organizer for a TREX program for recycling plastic overwrap and plastic bags. When we see our students doing the collection for our crayons recycling at the end of the year, I think when the students start taking ownership of these projects, that's the most rewarding rather than it just being adult facilitated.
Con la participación de sus estudiantes,
With the participation of your students in this project, how has the project changed and your perspective, the way you see nature with all these projects, how has it changed? Who will answer from, okay.
Dr. Strauss is taking his students through the lunch line, but he may want to jump on. But I think what we see is a sincere effort, both at school and at home, to do whatever they can to improve their environment and to protect the environment. And we see that by them picking up the trash. We see them involved in helping to weed the garden. Their interest in the nature on our campus, and taking it beyond that into our alumni seeking careers in fields that we know are going to help better our environment. Dr. Strauss, would you like to add to that? Can you hear that?
I caught part of it. Adding on to which comment again? I'm sorry.
How has our efforts helped to change students and in terms of their perspectives on sustaining the environment?
I think a good number of our students have shown interest in working with the various aspects of recycling. We have a strong group of students that have helped reduce our consumption of plastic water bottles, plastic bags, and so on campus. We do have some of our alumni who have moved on to careers in various aspects of the environment. We had a student who worked for our local Chesapeake Bay Foundation. He's now dealing with renewable energy. Another student with electric cars. So we feel like the seeds that we're planting are germinating well, and more of our students are taking an interest that is guiding their career choices as they move on to college.
Si pudieran ampliar el proyecto, ¿cómo
If you would be able to expand your project, how would you help implement this same project in other schools, whether nationally or internationally?
Well, we'd certainly like to have more involvement with some of our local public schools. It's been a bit challenging. We did have the school down the street that was very interested in joining us with the Oyster Project, and we've had another local private school that was trying to work with putting out more bird feeders to get more wildlife on their campus. And our local beekeepers reach out to schools in our city and the neighboring city, Virginia Beach, putting beehives in schools and getting students involved, setting up beekeeper clubs where the students take over the management of the school's hive to encourage the bee populations for pollination activities.
So I think our goal would be to open our campus up to so many other schools. I think that it's not rich in dollars, but rich in the resources that we have on our campus. We'd also like to strengthen our partnerships with so many of the agencies around here, because that is how we've been able to do so many activities, was simply by the gift of their time or the gift of sharing their resources. So I think that that's where we would like to go in the future. Meg, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, just that it's very rewarding to see these students learn these lessons in the youngest grades and then start taking it so much further as they advance to middle school, high school, and beyond.
Okay. Tenemos una última pregunta y es la
We
siguiente.
have one last question, and it's the following. What strategies do you use to maintain or keep your students motivated and with their interest in carrying out these projects? Can we turn off the microphones?
Diego?
Sí, apenas me acabo de conectar, era que estaba fuera de la institución, cuéntame.
Listo, no, espérate, terminamos con una ronda de preguntas que estamos haciendo y ya seguimos contigo.
We will continue with you in a while. Please turn off your microphone. ¿Se está oyendo el micrófono?
Diego, ¿puedes apagar tu micrófono, por favor?
Ready. Okay. Do you want her to repeat the question?
No, we had some
Okay.
sound interference, but I was just turning to Meg LaSalle and saying, it's not difficult at all to help students to feel engaged or motivated, because it's just naturally something that they're drawn to, and they have a free exploration, and that you're inviting them into this world to learn more about their environment. So there's very little we need to do. Their active involvement, I think, is what's key, not just looking at it in the text or looking at it in pictures, but experiencing it and coming up with their own questions. I think that's the way we continue to engage, motivate our students.
And if I may add to that,
Y si pudiera agregar algo.
Okay. if I may add to that, we also use field trip experiences with environmental groups that help students experience the natural world away from school to help strengthen their interest in preserving it.
Muy bien, muchísimas gracias por
Very well. Thank you very much for answering all these questions. Now let's go to Wilson Alexander. Can you help us with one question from the audience also? Okay, so how can schools help preserve the resources from different places? How can schools help? Well, thank you for the question. I think it's very important for educational institutions to learn to value and help children plant seeds from pre-K to higher grades so that when they become adults, they can be responsible with the environment and help protect all our natural resources. So from our educational institutions, we need to carry out this work, and in the areas of natural sciences, when we are able to work jointly with other areas and make this a cross-cutting curriculum. So how can we implement this type of project in other classes, classes that are not just sciences, like in your case? Well, through our studies plan, we made contents cross-cutting for all areas. So we presented a plan of contents for the different areas that have to do with the environmental aspect. So teachers from pre-K to 11th grade or 12th grade can join the projects, the environmental projects, and incorporate them into their subjects. Thank you, Wilson. Now, Diego, we have a question for you. How can the government and the national community help your project? Not only the Sinu River, but also the different hydric resources. Diego, this question is for you. You have the microphone off. Can you enable it? And Zoom, yeah.
Sí, muy buenos días. Ahora sí, bueno.
Good morning.
Muy
Okay,
buena,
yes.
buenos días todavía, sí, buenos días.
Well, it's still good morning
El
to
proyecto
everyone.
Compartiendo con el Río Sinú
The
es un
project
proyecto
coexisting with the Sinu
que es
River
fácil de
is a
replicar
project which is easy to
en todo el mundo
replicate around
porque
the world
en todos los países hay
because
ríos en
you
todas
have
partes,
rivers in every
¿verdad?
country, you have hydric resources in every country, and you have many native forests and trees everywhere. So it's easy to replicate. It will no longer just be a PRI, a school project, but a citizenship project for environmental citizens. I think through the Ministry of the Environment and through the autonomous regional corporations, they can generate resources and also with the educational institution itself, they can generate
Pueden nos
resources to protect the environment. We here in Monteria made an agreement with the Catholic University Luis Amigo, with the CBS University. We made agreements and
bioclimáticos donde hacemos
we
producción
created some
de té.
bioclimate orchards to clean our species, our native forest species. So through agreements, it is possible to find
Otros proyectos
resources to
ambientales que
carry
propendan
out these environmental projects that protect our hydric resources. Thank you very much, Diego. And now let's ask Maria Victoria. We have a few questions for you, Maria Victoria. Okay, hi.
árboles
So
aporta
how
a la vida.
the planting of trees can contribute to life and peace? Well, that's a very interesting question. As we were telling you before, the project came about at a point where the institution had several internal conflicts and maybe was trying to channel these forces that kids were, trying to become, I mean, in discipline and what we tried to do was to use the resource we had. We have an ample space sufficient for children to be able to put into practice learning of environmental subjects. So to plant trees channels these forces. They allow kids to understand that a living organism is as important as and as fundamental as them in the ecosystem, and that the functions or the functions it complies are essential. So to work as a team with nature improves the quality and standard of living. Why is it important to learn about biodiversity of species in our country? Well, that's a question that children always ask. And my answer is that we cannot preserve what we don't know, what we are not familiar with. We cannot say that we have a preserved or reserved place if we don't know what we have, if we don't make an inventory of what we have. How can we preserve something if we are ignorant as to what we have? He who doesn't know what he has doesn't know what he loses, right? Well, Maria Victoria, thank you very much. I don't know if we have someone or some questions for Rochester, if we have someone from Rochester School to answer a few questions. Yes, we are here, Juliana. Okay, so we have two questions for you. First, how can you teach students about how to use the residues of our food to help in environmental development? Well, they learned a lot about the use of their own food and waste. They understood before that simply if a strawberry was not good, they would throw it away and discard it. But now they understand and they want to look for the seeds of the strawberry and how they can in their own classroom and at home have their own orchard. And they also understood the connection it has with the planet. As Carolina was saying, she explained a bit more about it, and she explained how they wanted to simulate that they were going to another planet, but that the importance was let's take care of ours first, our planet
Entonces,
first,
sí, así como dijo,
right? Well, yes, just like our teacher was saying at the beginning,
era que
the idea was from our teacher, Andrea Polanco, and it was what about what we would do if we were in Mars, for example, and if we only had organic
como ver
residues or waste. So it was
que pues si no
basically about
en
understanding
Marte en
that
este
from the
momento,
waste
porque
and
nuestro
from
proyecto es
residues, you were able to
tratar de conservar
uh,
nuestro
find
planeta y pues
food,
hacerlo
a
mejor
source of
posible, o
food,
tratar de,
to
por decirlo
preserve
así,
our
salvarlo.
planet and make it a better place and save it, to call it
Investigación
somehow.
en los virus, ¿cómo
So,
les
in the research you carried out about viruses, how did this research help you inform
Bueno,
others?
pues fue súper interesante la primera
Well, it was
etapa
super interesting. The first stage, as Carolina
antes de que
said
el
in
coronavirus a
her
Colombia.
presentation, it was
Entonces,
before COVID-19
información,
arrived. People didn't have a lot of
por eso el
information
título como los Avengers,
then, and that's why we used the
Virus Vengers,
title Virus
todo
Vengers.
el mundo les contaba en
They were
para
supposed to
ellos
be the
porque le
ones who
contaron
would,
a su familia, a
warn
las
everyone
personas del
about it. It was interesting because they told their families, the people at school, and they learned a lot about viruses in general.
Bueno, entonces, así como dijo Pili, eso se trató de hacer.
Just like
Eh,
Pilar said it, that's what we tried to do.
informar bastante porque
We were
muchas personas,
able,
o sea, cuando el
well,
virus
it
todavía no
was
estaba conocido,
difficult
entonces
because when
no
the
entendían
virus
cómo
had not
funcionaba y
arrived,
simplemente como que
people would they
no,
would say,
no
I
existía
don't
ese virus,
understand why this drama, it's just a flu. And then we were able to realize that it wasn't just a flu, all the effects it was generating
entonces,
in every
pues en la
aspect.
etapa 2,
So,
también
and in
tratamos de
stage
informar
two,
bastante acerca de lo de las vacunas.
we tried to
Eh,
inform ourselves
Entonces,
about
fue a
vaccines,
través de
which is
varias actividades
something that
que el
through
colegio
several
trabajó
activities,
en
the
este año.
school tried to help us. Yes. Well, thank you very much for your answers. And after answering all these questions, let's give the floor to Jennifer Herrera Barón. She's a researcher at the Environmental Research Institute Humboldt, and she will talk about the science at Humboldt, Participatory Science of Humboldt. Thank you very much for your invitation.
Entonces, me confirman si ven mi pantalla.
Please let me know if you're seeing the screen right now.
Vale, muchas
Yes.
gracias.
Thank you very much.
Entonces, hoy les voy a hablar sobre la
Today, I am going to talk
y cómo
about
este proceso
participatory science and how this
contribuye a la
process
biodiversidad en Colombia.
contributes to the conservation of
La ciencia
biodiversity in
participativa
Colombia.
me
Participatory
refiero a que la mayoría de
science,
los
I would
estudiantes
like the
escuchando bien
people who are listening to us today, I would like them to share what they understand by participatory science so that we can have an idea of the opinion of the people who are listening to us today.
que la ciencia participativa es un
Well,
proceso en el que
participatory
buscamos
science is a process where we seek to do science, including scientists and public in general. Therefore, it becomes a dynamic exercise based on this dialogue of knowledge between the different players and the different disciplines emerging in science.
What we try to do with these participative science is to find data, and with that knowledge and sensibilization with regards to conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, which is the approach of the research institute that I work in. What is participative science? We can see it from different points of view. From the institute, we see it from the biological point of view and social point of view. From the biological one, we try to generate science in a collaboration between researchers, scientists, and experts, and other people that are in the national territory, whether they are people living in urban scenarios or rural scenarios and that want to generate or create practice networks and collaboration networks around biodiversity. We also do it from social sciences, which is a science that will allow people get closer to the needs and the concerns of their territory, and with this generate a greater participation looking for knowledge of their biodiversity. So how do we generate these participative science projects? Mainly, we have to look for players or actors, and you have to consider the type of participation that these people are going to have. So for that, you place in literature three different types of processes. One that can be contributive, the experts that generate a project, a research project that is designed, but they join different people from the audience to collect data only. Then we have other projects of citizen science that become collaborative, where the scientists and the audience design and collect and analyze the information that they are collecting with the process. And there are other processes that are much more interesting, which is where the participants are involved in the entire process, not only in the design and collection, but also in analysis, setting up, and the generation of the processes. How are they generated? With different players, with farmer communities, urban communities, schools, universities, reinserted people, and indigenous communities and Afro communities also. We have to take into account what topic is going to be approached. We can do participative science with groups of interest or stockholders. For if we're interested in birds, we can collect information about birds, for example, butterflies or plants or people, depending on the group that we're interested on. We can also do inventory to know what is the biodiversity, for example, in a school or in the reserves or in the rural area or in the neighborhood where you live. You can also approach these processes on topics such as ecological restoration processes that we're doing around the river, for example, that the teacher was showing their experience of reforestation in the Sinú riverbanks. This is a successful process, what birds are arriving, who is being benefited. So that is possible to do also with in the cities with the citizens. And we also can do this in the urban landscapes, and not only what we can see, but we can hear about our biodiversity. And we are also handling data. It is important to make sure that we're collecting data systematically in an organized way that can be processed and that they can be feedback to obtain results that anyone can inquiry on, or even that they can analyze from the area they are in. It is also to guarantee commitment, and s- this depends on the commitment not only of these exercises but also the will of the participants that they will contribute with data and that help with the development of the process and time to train people to collect information and to generate analysis and results of the process. But then now I'm going to talk about participative science and biodiversity. Well, participative science generates knowledge around a specific topic that we're interested on. In this case, from the Institute, we want to know and generate knowledge about biodiversity together with other people in the country. So for that, we work in three large strategies. One focused on participative inventory, participative monitoring is the second one, and the third one, a quick inventory about biodiversity with BioBlitz. For that, we have different researchers from the Institute that are working in a research network that is called Dialogue about Participative Efficiency in order to have participation all over the country, working with experts and rural and urban communities in the country. And we have generated, as you can see, a map of Colombia. We have different initiatives all over the country, focusing ourselves in the Andean regions, in the Caribbean, and the Orinoco region. And we support nationally the Day Global Fit Day, where all people all over the world go out to see what are the bird species that are in these territories. Remember that I talked about the strategies that we have in the Institute. One of them is the participative inventory. What is that inventory? It happens to be a way to know, catalog, and quantify and mapping where biodiversity is. And to do this, we do some dialogues at different scales. We exchange knowledge with the communities living in those territories and even with experts. We do the strengthening of capacities and we teach people how to do the observation and recording of groups. And we teach them also how to handle technology. We've talked about participative monitoring, where we try people to generate records, information about the biodiversity in a continuous and systematic way. Different from the inventory, monitoring is not done once, but several times in time and in space, allowing people to measure changes and trends of biodiversity. And this allows people to respond to answer questions that they have with regard to time or bioindicators. This moves people, generates data and trends that are useful and of interest for the communities. How do we collect this data? Well, we have two ways to do this. With digital platforms, we have some applications in our cell phones like Naturalist, eBird, Merlin, and we can do a list of species, take pictures, record videos of the species that we're seeing, and audios also of the species that we're listening around us. We can also do it in an analogous way with paper and pencil, filling out forms, as you can see on the screen, that are designed by the experts that allow people to collect the information of interest. Where can you find this participative science data? Where does all this information go to? Well, these data that we collect in an analogous or digital way go to some infrastructure, in this case in Colombia, the SIB Colombia, and the SIB Colombia connects with another infrastructure that is very large globally, which is called GBIF. These infrastructures make official and manage and provide open and free access to all the data about biodiversity. Anyone, nationally or globally, may inquiry data generated by participative science and biodiversity. And now, how does all this information contribute to the conservation of biodiversity? First, it's going to help us to improve our understanding of science by people who are involved in our processes, and it's going to positively impact the interest of environmental topics. We have also been witnesses that it contributes to the knowledge of participants about biology and natural history of those species that we are recording, observing, or analyzing in our territory. It is also interesting because participative science generates a lot of data that allows to measure and characterize what is the impact of human entities on biodiversity in a geographical or temporary scale that maybe at a scientific level we remain short of it. Maybe people living with biodiversity around them that can be recording it basically on a daily basis. So all these scenarios of sensitization for diversity, as a professor was saying a while ago, who takes care or who keeps what they don't know? So participative science allows us to come close to that biodiversity that we have around us and generate better strategies to take care of it and conserve it. It strengthens the capacities of people to take data, to ask questions, to analyze what the data say, and they provide them with an opportunity to make a better use and management of their biodiversity. And therefore, we say that science, participative science, facilitates participation in decision making. If I'm doing the restoration of a round or of a river with these data of I can see if it is working or not, or what should I do in order to improve or strengthen the processes. And for that, from the Institute, we try to generate tools as the one you see on the screen, like a board where people can put their data on and generate easy ways out, as we have in these graphs, where people can see the numbers or the indicators that allow them to understand if they have made any progress in their conservation measures. They help us to get to know the status of conservation of biodiversity in order to generate alternatives for its preservation in the territory. In this case, some very important tools that we have in the Institute, like biomodels. This is a tool that allows to understand where the species are and how they are distributed all over the country. So in order to generate these models, it uses a lot of data coming from citizens' data from citizens like you or myself can be contributing with that can be used by decision makers and that they can implement in order to make decisions on this ground. Citizen science allows, and this is a very powerful resource, to answer a large scale of scientific questions. You can see here that there is a part of the American continent that changes colors, and you can see a bird there on the screen. This is a sparrow that is migrating, or is a migratory bird. And we have data from different citizens all over America. We can know exactly what times of the year this species is migrating and what places they are in, like people in Bogota or people in Mexico or in Costa Rica or in the US. And thanks to those applications, they are reporting where they see this species, when, and we can generate these migration models for different species and find out where they are and what time of the year and why it is important to see these seasonalities in order to keep them. And finally, I want to leave you with some conclusions, which is that citizen science has been a wonderful opportunity for anyone to contribute actively to scientific research and understand better our country's biodiversity through that participation. A lot of scientific data is generated, and it allows people also to generate skills like a critical thinking, have a better understanding of different problems related with the conservation of biodiversity. And different initiatives of participative science have generated more than 40,000 biological records in a very short period of time, showing that it can be a cost efficient strategy that empowers people that are involved regarding the understanding of biodiversity. However, we still have a big challenge, which is have more scientific collaborators to verify the information and give it a greater value so that more scientists and experts can use it. Participative science and technology have been great allies to generate science and also to generate other important scenarios such as environmental education. Thank you very much for this opportunity of speaking about participative science to you. Thank you, Jennifer, for sharing this knowledge. Now we will go to a round of questions that the audience has for you. What recommendation would you give to a school that is not located in a rural area? And how could you approach these practices? Well, we have some cases where we have worked with urban institutions, for example, Gimnasio Moderno, Gimnasio Femenino, and other schools that are around Bogota, which are not in rural spaces, but they do share areas that have wetlands and have allowed the children to know what is the biodiversity that surrounds their classrooms and their neighborhood and where they live. And many times the children have a cell phone or through projects generated by the professors, they can collect data about the species that are in those areas and bring them to topics of sensibilization or getting to know the natural history of some organisms. And they can do that regardless of the urban or rural environment that you're in. Jennifer, how can you incentivize participative science in the community for appreciating the biodiversity? Biodiversity is a topic that to many of us is a passion. When you work with children and young people, it has allowed us to have children explore those species that are around them. And as I said, by using technology or just by going out and observing a bird or a small sampling of the insects that visit gardens in the natural scenarios that you have in the classroom. This is a great experience for children to be able to generate a sensibilization scenario vis-a-vis that biodiversity they have in front of them in their environment and generate data that can be used by many people to answer many questions. In what instance can you incentivize this science in other subjects? For example, this is a very interesting question. We have experience of teachers that through art have been able to articulate what children record or see of biodiversity in their classes and through art generate other strategies of sensibilization. And in math classes also, all the data that is generated require analysis. And a good way to generate this analysis is in the classroom for mathematics and statistics. We can do the abundance analysis, populational needs, and you can also use them in different areas. In the social science, talking about geography, territory ownership is a good excuse of biodiversity and citizens science to discuss different topics in the classroom. One last question. Why is it important to understand and investigate the behavior of animals?
Decía hace un momento.
As I was saying, many times you don't keep what you don't know. I want
Otro
to
mensaje y es
leave with you another message, which is many times we need to know
las especies
where the animals are, what the species do, to have more solid arguments in order to say why we need to have the conservation of several ecosystems, for example, wetlands. Many times we don't know what is the biodiversity that exists in these territories that live there, the services or the contribution of these biodiversity of wetlands. So if we learn about what the contribution of the different species in these scenarios that are so close to our territory allows us to have a better argument to for their conservation and protection, not only because they have an intrinsic value, but because they also generate benefits to the communities that surround them. Thank you very much for your words and for this intervention. Thanks to you for the invitation. Now we will leave you with Juan Pablo Arjure, for the president of the Rochester School, and he will be talking about what he calls new education. Juan Pablo, welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, great. Okay, great. I'm going to share my screen with you. Can you see the screen, Juliana? Yes, sir. Yes, see you perfectly. I decided to make my presentation in Spanish, and rather, well, the screens are in English, so I can serve both groups, the two groups that we have. I'm very happy to be here today, especially in the company of such important people for the country, for Colombia right now, and in the future, which is people that are involved in education. And basically, through education, is that you transform a country. So, welcome everyone. It's been an honor for me to work with the Ministry of Environment and Ministry of Education Center for Green Schools from the US and the network of green schools of the US. And also, it has been an honor, and you will see this later on. It's an honor to have had with us our professor from the Technological Institute of Florida. And it's also been a pleasure to have St. Patrick Catholic School as a brother school of ours in the US, both as a Glasser quality schools committed with environmental sustainability. I wanted to show you this picture of this student, Catherine, when she was in preschool, and she had this big plant from the our garden, as big as her head. This requires patience, time, and dedication to take care of a different species, different from your own. We can only see sort of like half of the screen. Can you put it as full screen? Just a second.
Ahí, ¿cómo la ven?
Is it better now? Yeah. If I put play, it's the same. There it is.
Ah, bueno, perfecto. Entonces, cultivar.
So growing something is it's very important because children quickly understand where food comes from. I remember in once in the course of small children, I was talking to them. I was talking to them about the importance of water, and I asked them, and I said, "And if we run out of water, What do we drink? And some said one thing and others said something else. And another one, a little kid in transition said, well, Coca-Cola, we can drink Coca-Cola. So you are sort of like, well, these are incredible answers. And there you see the importance of for them to understand where the food comes from, where the drinks come from. How can you live in a self-sustainable manner? So this is why at the Rochester School we have our purpose. Our main purpose is to inspire and educate students so that they take control of their lives, having the world in mind, not only with their needs and desires in mind, and taking care of other people and the context they're in. I want to address you today to explain to you something that more than one decade ago I've been thinking about. And I think that this is a wrong approach, a wrong structural approach in school education in Colombia and in many other countries all around the world. For example, in Colombia, we have Law 115, 1994 about education. And the basic areas mentioned in that law and that are our guides for all the schools in Colombia, although it is similar all over the world. The areas are the ones that I'm showing you on the screen about environmental sciences and natural sciences, social sciences, arts education, ethics and values, physical education and sports, religious education, the usual ones, languages, humanities, mathematics, IT. But in the bottom, you see, and for the last 2 decades, you can see many issues in Colombia and all over the world in general that are a little different to those basic areas. So if you say, okay, what is the education going to be oriented to? What areas? And we hope that the areas are in line with matters all over the world and in the personal and professional life of each student that graduates from school. So we have nature degradation matters or affairs and unsustainable human living. We also have inequality, poverty, disconnection amongst people, and lack of following the rules of law from a social state of law. There is a lot of ignorance about, normally at schools, about the legislations that we have in our countries. We also have issues that have to do with mental health or physical health issues also, as we've seen through the pandemics at the Rochester. We've seen some students who didn't have any problems, visual problems, and now they do. Or it has increased their visual acuity or convergence, etc. And muscle tone problems, emotional issues also. Well, so many that we have experienced in this pandemic. They were healthy before, and they've had strange disorders like feeling sad or isolating themselves. Also, other conflicts based or religious based conflicts in many other parts of the world, including Colombia. A way of degradation in the use of language, and that we increasingly see as the use of technology increases so that they can communicate quickly. But in general, all these rules and norms, the standard rules agreed by the schools, as the Royal Academy of Spanish Language, you do not follow. They're not followed not only in English, French, or Portuguese, or German, whatever you teach at school. We also have other issues in the world about linear thinking. What does that mean? It means that instead of thinking systemically, how do I affect when I cross this intersection, for example, in traffic, or using my the back part of the seat, how it affects other people that are behind me, or how this that I'm saying will affect other people that are listening, or how does this affect for what I'm doing. This is systemic thinking, but in the world, or at least I see it that way, we are more oriented to linear thinking. How do we think on what I want to achieve right now? But considering the rest of other relevant factors like people, resources, interconnections amongst things and people is hard. It almost doesn't exist, or at least in the curriculum. This is because this what we call is systemic thinking, and some other issues in the use of technology, physical, mental, and how to recycle or reuse resources that have been used for electronic devices and other ways of technology. If there is a difference, we do see a difference if we see a difference between the blue part and the red part, the fundamental areas of education at school education. Well, not really so well aligned to the matters that you see in life and all over the world. So why should we continue with this structure of fundamental subjects? And also the issues that you find in your life and all over the world today are multidisciplinary by nature. So this is something that I consider interesting to review. There are many ways of doing it, but it is now the time to and I consider this relevant and prudent at this moment to invite the public education and private education community in Colombia and all around us to rethink about these areas. For example, at the Rochester School, the different subjects that swirl around, well, somehow it is difficult to be able to comply with the supplementary areas, but we've tried to have them go around some competences or skills that we consider useful for life and the world. In English, we call this real, and in Spanish, the word is letricas, like you teaching. And some time ago, economists define as being literate is to know how to read and write. And in Spanish in Colombia, that is literacy at 15, at the age of 16, 15. Right now, this has nothing to do with being literacy. You require nowadays you require not only Spanish, other languages, maybe English or many other languages, and you have to learn how to listen, how to speak in an effective, efficient way and correct way, and the use of the language, etc. And so that is what we call a literate in other languages. And the other one is to be a leader for other people or a group of people without being permissive or authoritarian. It's like an art to be able to do that, to listen with the empathy of others and use the technology to solve real problems and solve problems like mathematics and science, natural science, social science, art, and languages to solve real issues. What we are experiencing in Colombia right now about all these protests and all this marching of the people, sometimes these are sometimes they're aggressive protests with vandalism that go against legislation, Colombian legislation. So all of these are matters that are important to discuss at school or treat them at school being part of the curriculum as environmental sociability also. How can we have a classroom, a sustainable classroom, a healthy classroom for the students, for the teachers, where the school will help recover all these and have a very low or almost no environmental impact. And this leads us to conserving biodiversity, which is a very important skill. And there we have the I about information, correct information. At least I can tell you when I was at school, I remember we didn't have internet. And you would use the encyclopedia to inform yourself. And then we got to, they came to your house, door by door, selling the books, and your mother would buy them, and you would read that volume for 2 months. And that helped a lot, or the teachers depended on that, you know. Right now you have internet and you click and you have 500 versions. Now, the issue here is not to inform yourself. The challenge here is how can you do that in a valid way? How do you know that you are well informed? How do you know that you are selecting the right source, the valid source? And how are you going to explain to other people what you have found in a respectful manner? Today or nowadays, we have images through WhatsApp and social networks of all sorts. Some are fake news, others are looking for some kind of purpose to create panic, others are valid and that are very important, even more valid than what you see on the news. And you have to learn how to find those sources, and it's very important, and that's a skill in the school that we consider important. Criticizing other people and disconnecting from other people is very easy, but to have the skill to check the tools or using tools to check what you're doing, not what others do, but what you do with tools, instruments, and methods, and reflect on what you're producing or what you're doing is very important. And be able to help other people have, questions to facilitate other people's reflections, and that would make a more Pacific world or a more Pacific country. It's just a matter to evaluate things and improve, self evaluate and improve, and be systemic as a citizen when you think and when you are not systematic but systemic. It's very important in order to have rulers and company leaders, family leaders, parents that always think about the possible consequences of their actions and their words. They have more sources or more relevant factors in their decision making, and people then would there would be more respect, much more knowledge developed by humanity.
Because what we seek to is what we seek is to try to understand instead of blaming and be healthy. Because can you imagine today how difficult it has been after a year already for people to use face masks, to use them correctly, or have social distancing? Today, after more than a year, distancing doesn't exist anymore, and it is one of the most important aspects of this prevention. Why? Because maybe it is in our chips from we were little that we have not developed this ability through mathematics, scientific knowledge, through the language. Self-care, that's a skill, and to care for others is another skill, and it has a lot to do with the capacity to be healthy. If one were to have lots of tools or skills, what we call knowledge in action, that's a skill, developed at school, we wouldn't have so many people at the ICUs. We wouldn't have so many people complicated with a flu or a simple flu, because the way they eat, the way they do exercise, the way they get along with others. I mean, they could have better physical and mental health, and they can better support any type of germs and withstand all the foreign germs or viruses. This is just one example of what Rochester School has done, just to show you the importance in general of observing, or for example, having the fact, I mean, having the curriculum of a school oriented towards useful learning for the life and the world, the personal life of a student. And today, amongst other things, what joins us here today in this summit is everything that has to do with environmental conservation. It already becomes now a subject of survival, a matter of survival. And if this is not developed at early ages at school, that person will have a higher, or will run a higher risk of not living so long, because these are survival skills that you need to learn to adapt to climate change, and learn to adapt to these changes that are exacerbated because of climate issues and biodegradation. So there will come a time where there won't be so many beds for so many people. So in general, my proposal, thinking about these experiences, is that we should focus on this redefinition of the areas that are fundamental for schools, and focus on four large areas amongst many others, just to begin the debate. And it is to have, for example, equal opportunities, equal conditions that we can have at public or private schools. So we can have all sorts of kids with different conditions and challenges, varying from handicapped in a wheelchair, or genetic problems, children coexisting in the same school with curriculum adapted for everyone, challenging each one to give
Día
what
tenemos
they
muchos estudiantes
can give.
o
Today, we have many
que no
students, or many children, I should say,
colegio
that
parado.
cannot be accepted or admitted at a school because the schools are not prepared to receive them, Down syndrome or autistic children, etc. Amongst other things, you could learn much better this way, because they can see the real world, all of them, the way it is. In terms of skills, physical and mental health skills, to have this mental health, that's an enormous, huge area today. Today, people learn naturally by going to the doctor when they're ill or sick, and they learn that they can use aspirin, or for the flu they self-medicate. Sometimes they don't require a medical prescription for some things, but there are many other things that you can learn and do to have good physical and mental health. For example, have good relations with the people around you, even if you don't like them a lot. Work as a team, have teamwork with those who I don't like so much. That comes with great retribution and contribution, and compensation. Learn to coexist with what I have around me, the devices. The quality of life depends on this. If it doesn't, I mean, if children don't learn this at school, they won't learn it as an adult. Another important area is what I was explaining about systems thinking and acting. So see, anticipate, model how consequences that come. How can you anticipate those? What impact can be generated? Take data, understand patterns in graphs, be able to project matters, use mathematics. Math math would be very important here and science in schools, but oriented this way. And this way, you would have 18-year-olds citizens, 18-year-old or 21 years old citizens, I mean, 21-year-old citizens that are more respectful, more aware of empathy, and very interested in learning for life, to have constant learning. Something that is very important and that is related to this is the topic of environmental conservation, which affects us all. And all the skills as to how to develop, maintain, and improve our homes and our cities as sustainable, as green. We want to understand them as green. In general, sustainable means that what we have today can exist for the children of my children and their children. So it has a lot to do also with the growth, the population growth. It has a lot to do with the way we live. If we will continue living at home, looking at resources like waste or using them in a better way, how can we use them at home as compost or have orchards? Are we investing in water heating with solar collectors?
Fotovoltaicos son más económicos que estar conectado a la red. ¿Sabían eso? Es más económico, pero no se promueve mucho.
And it's not promoted a lot.
Es para mí una las
This to me is
elementos
one of the four, or these are the four most important elements, structural elements that our young people need to have a dignified life together with their children. So I will stop here to receive questions. Thank you very much for listening. Juan Pablo, thank you very much for your words. Let's begin with the questions. We have the first one. How do you suggest implementing these changes in the educational structure? What do you suggest to governments and other educational institutions? Well, the first thing is to abandon the old habits and the structure of Law 115 in Colombia in terms of fundamental areas. What I'm saying is strong. I know it's strong. It can generate an impact, but this is the time to do so because we're experiencing, not only in Colombia, but worldwide, an issue of interpersonal relations, integral health matters issues, impressive environmental degradation, and almost none of these aspects are within the structure of fundamental areas in education. From the choice theory philosophy, how can you change and implement a better educational structure? Well, the most important thing of choice theory as modern psychology developed by Dr. William Glasser, the psychiatrist, it's the way he explained the mind and the brain. One is that. A human being is that all the time. So it's important for people to at least have some type of psychology to explain the way the brain works so that they can understand themselves better, use this information to improve and relate better with other people. So it's like a paradigm which helps you in every aspect to make decisions. And if you don't learn this at school, for example, in social sciences, and emphasize this in history or geography, especially history, and you are used to teaching history lessons by memory, by heart. But if you apply psychology of Simon Bolivar and the psychology of Roman emperors, learning psychology, understanding human behavior, you can prevent enormous problems of repetition of mistakes in this story of humankind. That's choice theory. I don't know of any other so complete. I mean, any other theory that is so complete to understand the brain. I think it should be included into the school curriculum. Isn't it better to use one single app to participate as volunteers in species records? One single app. I don't understand the question. Let me repeat. Isn't it better to use one single app to participate as voluntary in species records or registration? I don't know what they are referring to really. I know that, for example, we at Rochester School are part of GLOBE, NASA GLOBE, and that's to do, for example, participatory science around the world in real time, and you use an application to upload the data in those real projects. I don't know if they're referring to that, or maybe the question was for the person from Humboldt, the Humboldt Institute. Well, they continue talking about the same app. Isn't it better to use one single app to participate as volunteer in species records? What's the process whereby a person in average can trust that the information they found is valid and correct? What I recommend deep down is that whatever you receive via WhatsApp or social media like Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Pinterest, assume it's false. The first thing I recommend is to make that presumption. Assume it's false because of the volume of information, and then start researching in social media. I remember one time there was a message saying that Mars was going to be seen larger than the moon and red on such and such day, and that message started circulating. So I joined nasa.gov to find out more, and they were explaining that was false information, and I sent this to my students and to the teachers so that they could stop disseminating this type of message and think that this was like the Bible in the apocalypse, and that Mars was going to be red and all this. So that's where the imagination starts growing. And there's a difference between fear and risk. Risk exists. And when there's risks, you have to understand it. But fear only exists in your mind. It's a way your brain has to warn you that there are problems, but it's created by you, by the brain. So you create your own climate in your own brain. So you need to be careful. You need to have skills to kind of decant this, understand what is happening, and start collecting information. Well, Juan Pablo, thank you very much for your presentation, your words. And yes, the question I was asking was for the prior speaker. Well, thank you very much for all these wonderful presentations. We want to invite you now to take a break, to drink water, have lunch. And in an hour, we will come back at 1:30. Don't disconnect yourself, because we have some videos that we want to share with you during our lunch break. So we'll see you at 1:30.
Y hoy tengo el gran honor y gran orgullo de traer a este entrenamiento un estudio de caso que ha utilizado ARC en todas sus dimensiones. Es una edificación escolar, es el Rochester School, ubicado en Chía, en Cundinamarca, digamos en el centro de nuestro país, en Colombia. Y hoy tengo el honor de estar aquí con Jorge Humberto Quintero, que es el director de sostenibilidad del colegio.
Juli,
Hola, vamos entonces a volver a la 1:30, ¿verdad?
tenemos de 12:30 a 1:30 todo el tema de los videos y creacionalidad. A la 1:30 inicia la doctora Liliana.
Sí, señora. A la una y
Ok,
media retomamos.
listo, volvemos a la... Antecitos de la 1:30, porfa.
Sí, señora.
Y ahorita vuelvo entonces y me conecto a este mismo link para que me aceptes, ¿vale?
Diego, ¿se les arregló el internet?
Sí, sí, está latente, Juan, pero en la última hora estuvo perfecto.
Ok, ¿y tiene manera de conectarse por cable?
No, señor, estoy muy lejos de la conexión LAN más cercana. Tendría que
Yo
hacer
creo
una
que vale la
instalación muy
pena
grande.
que lo conecten de todas maneras,
Listo.
con un cable largo.
Listo, ya miro cómo lo puedo resolver.
Sí, sí, sí. Bueno, chao.
Estudia actualmente Administración Turística y Hotelera y realiza un tecnólogo en guianza turística. Transilvania Club nació el 31 de octubre de 1997. Nuestro propósito es propiciar y contribuir a las actividades recreativas, culturales y turísticas con un enfoque ambiental. La región del Tequendama está constituida por una gran cadena montañosa cuyo legado indígena es muy especial. Nuestro nombre, Transilvania, significa detrás de las montañas. Es un idioma muisca y es nativo. Nuestra misión es poder mejorar la calidad de vida de las personas de la región realizando actividades y programas. Muchas gracias.
El curso Ronix. No les entendí. ¿Qué curso? Primer punto por cursos. Ahora, cógele bien los hombros a tu compañero. Hombros. Oh, hombros, oh, hombros. Y empezamos. Para allá que queda. Y para allá.
La Mojana es una región ubicada en el norte de Colombia. Este territorio tiene aún los rastros del sistema hidráulico que desarrolló el pueblo zenú. Este pueblo comprendió, desde inicios de era cristiana hasta aproximadamente el año 1000 después de Cristo, la dinámica de las aguas, las temporadas de inundación y las de sequía. Por ello desarrolló un sistema complejo de canales y caños que en épocas de lluvia drenaban el agua hacia las desembocaduras de los ríos y en épocas de sequía permitía que el agua se retirara y dejara con sedimentos y abonada la tierra para las actividades agrícolas. Este desarrollo, que fue quizá uno de los más importantes de la época prehispánica, no solo se pudo dar por la comprensión que tuvo el pueblo zenú sobre su entorno, sino además por la existencia de un mito de origen relacionado con el agua que daba sentido a las prácticas desarrolladas alrededor de ríos y ciénagas. En ese marco se desarrolla el Diplomado de Mujeres La Ruta del Agua. Este se propone como un proceso formativo que se desarrolla en el marco de la Escuela de Formación Política del Pueblo Zenú. Este diplomado se ha llamado La Ruta del Agua, haciendo referencia a que reconocer el camino del agua en el territorio zenú permite la revitalización del saber ancestral, que, además de fortalecer la organización política, también brinda elementos para el cuidado y la protección ambiental, generando reflexiones acerca de todas las implicaciones que tiene este elemento para la vida del pueblo zenú, pues entender la organización de los ciclos vitales permite fortalecer el saber ancestral y construir conocimiento que sea pertinente y adecuado. El diplomado parte del principio de que son las mujeres y el agua el centro de la vida para el pueblo zenú. Es a partir de esta premisa que se abordan los temas relacionados con el monitoreo de la restauración ecológica, la relación del pueblo zenú con el agua y las desarmonías ambientales. De manera general, se podría decir que el objetivo central de este diplomado es generar un espacio de reflexión y de construcción colectiva del conocimiento en función de la revitalización del territorio y la cultura zenú, reconociendo los ciclos del agua y de la vida. Para el cumplimiento de estos objetivos, el tejido de conocimiento del diplomado se ha organizado en 6 módulos. Estos se han dado de manera virtual y presencial, en núcleos de trabajo pequeños que permiten el cuidado en medio de la pandemia. Los módulos han estado centrados en la relación del pueblo zenú con el agua, la revitalización de las rutas del agua, la estrategia de restauración ecológica integral, la desarmonía y la huella del ser humano sobre la madre tierra, el rol de las mujeres indígenas y la creación de rutas de autocuidado y cuidado colectivo. Dentro de los resultados centrales de este proceso destacamos el fortalecimiento del liderazgo de las mujeres del territorio y la cultura zenú, la conformación de un esquema de monitoreo a la restauración ecológica integral liderado por las mujeres, la reflexión constante sobre el rol de las mujeres y el posicionamiento de sus voces, sentires y necesidades en sus cabildos y en sus territorios, y las herramientas conceptuales y metodológicas que ahora tienen las mujeres para comprender las desarmonías ambientales, las dinámicas ecológicas y la importancia del agua en un territorio anfibio como la Mojana. Creemos que la revitalización de la ruta del agua es un proceso necesario para garantizar la vida y pervivencia del pueblo zenú. Por ello, este proceso de formación ha buscado integrar a las mujeres, sus conocimientos y prácticas, pues ellas son fundamentales para que la fuerza de la vida se siga expandiendo por todo el territorio y que tal como ellas mismas lo han dicho en algunas sesiones, nosotras seguimos derramando vida donde otros actores han derramado muerte.
Y hoy tengo el gran honor y gran orgullo de traer a este entrenamiento un estudio de caso que ha utilizado ARC en todas sus dimensiones. Es una edificación escolar, es el Rochester School, ubicado en Chía, en Cundinamarca, digamos en el centro de nuestro país, en Colombia. Y hoy tengo el honor de estar aquí con Jorge Humberto Quintero, que es el director de sostenibilidad del colegio y hace parte de todo el comité ejecutivo de la institución, y con Liliana Medina, que es consultora en sostenibilidad para el colegio y quien lleva años acompañándolos en este proceso de liderazgo y de crecimiento hacia una sostenibilidad integral en una educación escolar de mucha importancia en nuestro país. Ellos dos son biólogos y muy comprometidos con la educación, muy comprometidos con la construcción sostenible y en general la sostenibilidad integral. Jorge, Liliana, muchísimas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros y quisiera, bueno, que en este momento nos contaran un poco sobre su colegio y bueno, les doy la palabra. Bienvenidísimos. Gracias.
Buenos días. Gracias, María Alexandra, por la presentación. Ahorita le doy la palabra a Liliana. Bueno, básicamente el Colegio Rochester tiene más de 60 años de haber sido fundado. La fotografía que ustedes observan es la nueva sede del colegio. Este campus fue construido, vamos a cumplir de hecho ya este año 2021, 9 años de haber sido construido. En septiembre del 2012 empezó la ocupación y la operación de pues todo el tema de las operaciones en el colegio en el 2012. Y pues es un colegio bilingüe. Liliana antes les va a contar un poquito acerca de la certificación que tenemos, pero básicamente el colegio tiene 2 certificaciones, LEED Gold. ¿Qué más les puedo contar acerca del colegio? Pues nosotros hemos, desde antes del inicio de la construcción del colegio, cuando estábamos ubicados en la antigua sede, siempre fuimos muy comprometidos en todo el tema de sostenibilidad, muy comprometidos con este tema, y eso se vio reflejado pues en la infraestructura con la que contamos hoy en día. Más o menos, pues, de una manera muy breve, te cuento eso, María Alexandra.
Gracias, Jorge. Liliana, bienvenida.
Muchas gracias, buenos días para todos. Como bien refiere Jorge, el Colegio Rochester en su campus nuevo inició operación en el año 2012 y fuimos el primer colegio en Colombia en recibir la certificación LEED en nivel oro, en este nivel también para América Latina, y desde el proceso del diseño, el colegio empezó a integrar las estrategias que facilitaran en la operación y el mantenimiento, no solamente validar ese desempeño y las estrategias, sino articular alrededor de todo esto una serie de políticas, de estrategias de educación, de transformación a la sociedad que nos permitió empezar a generar todo el proceso para obtención de la recertificación, la cual obtuvimos en el año 2019. La certificación como edificación nueva, como proyecto nuevo, la recibimos en junio del 2014. La recertificación en operación y mantenimiento la obtuvimos en julio de 2019, a lo largo de todo un proceso de consolidación de información, de documentación, no solamente de nuestro desempeño, sino en general, que nos permitió pues ser el primer proyecto incluso en Colombia y en América Latina en recertificarnos, y aclaramos bajo la estrategia de hacer uso de la plataforma de ARC.
Liliana, entonces tú nos estás contando que la recertificación la hicieron a través de ARC. Cuéntanos un poquito de eso. ¿Por qué decidieron utilizar ARC?
Ok, nosotros veníamos evaluando todo y consolidando toda la información para hacer el proceso de recertificación, y tuvimos la fortuna de hacer la consulta de la validación de todo este ejercicio y cuáles beneficios teníamos al hacer uso de la plataforma. Nosotros veníamos consolidando todo el desempeño a través de Energy Star. En su momento lo iniciamos desde que iniciamos la operación en la sede nueva, a consolidar allí toda la información acorde a lo que veníamos desde la versión 3 de LEED, y los beneficios y la facilidad no solamente de que la plataforma es muy amigable, de que nos permite generar una consolidación total de la información, evidenciarla y de un fácil acceso y de uso, nos permitió que esa articulación, esa interconexión que se habla en las dos plataformas, Energy Star a ARC, pues que se transfiriera toda la información y se pudiera evidenciar el desempeño y generar todos los soportes que ya veníamos consolidando, someterlos para el proceso de la recertificación.
Vale, muchas gracias. ¿Por qué decidieron recertificarse? ¿Cuáles son los beneficios de esto, Liliana, rápidamente para pasar a la siguiente pregunta?
Los beneficios de la recertificación para nosotros, primero como colegio, en su política, pero sobre todo en su compromiso. El Colegio Rochester, como lo refirió Jorge, ha sido totalmente comprometido con el tema de la sostenibilidad. Para nosotros como colegio, como líderes en educación, el recertificarnos es solamente el validar que nuestro compromiso, no solamente en la educación, sino en nuestro campus y con nuestros estudiantes, su comunidad, sus padres y con todos alrededor, es total. Esto nos permitió a nosotros mantener no solamente ese reconocimiento, sino nos permite seguir siendo un proyecto líder en el país, pero además de todo, seguir ayudando a transformar y ser un ejemplo de pronto para que muchas instituciones educativas, pero también muchas comunidades decidan por ver que sí vale la pena optar por la sostenibilidad, que tener un campus sostenible, tener unas herramientas de educación y sostenibilidad es lo que nos va a permitir realmente lograr esa transformación que referían al inicio.
Vale, muchas gracias. Y ya ustedes siendo una entidad, una edificación certificada, luego recertificada, me contaste que ustedes decidieron también descargar y utilizar los certificados de desempeño. ¿Por qué descargarlos? ¿Por qué utilizarlos? ¿Por qué hacer referencia de los certificados de desempeño? Y específico, ¿por qué el de transporte fue relevante para ustedes?
Ok, en términos generales, los certificados de desempeño son ese reconocimiento de que estamos haciendo las cosas bien, pero que además de todo, el poder accederlos nos permite a nosotros también evidenciar dónde podemos mejorar. En términos del transporte, el colegio está ubicado en una zona donde no estamos en zona urbana, sino suburbana, en un municipio que está al lado de Bogotá, que tiene una influencia y un tráfico permanente. ¿Qué nos permitió esto? Primero, la ubicación, la accesibilidad a transporte, que si bien es cierto, el colegio en términos generales tiene una suplencia de un tercero en términos de su transporte, nos permitió evidenciar cuáles son las rutas donde tenemos ubicados de pronto grupos de estudiantes o de docentes o de personal administrativo o de operación que están ubicados en determinados núcleos y de esta forma, por ejemplo, ayudar a identificar mejores rutas para reducir así los trayectos. Si bien es cierto, dadas las circunstancias, digamos, de las vías de la ciudad de Bogotá o las vías de salida de Bogotá, nosotros estamos en Chía, que es pegado a Bogotá, unido allí, tenemos también población en la zona de la Sabana, es decir, en otros municipios cercanos a Bogotá, que permiten al área de transportes, a la coordinación de transportes, tomar decisiones en términos de la eficiencia de las rutas y poder lograr generar mejores procesos y dinámicas para el transporte de nuestro personal.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, ahora pasemos a otra de las grandes oportunidades y beneficios que ustedes han obtenido al ser parte de todo este movimiento de la construcción sostenible, al ser edificación certificada y recertificada LEED y utilizando ARC de la manera en que lo están haciendo. El colegio ha recibido en apoyo de ARC Foro una beca completa para el programa de Building Learners. Cuéntanos, Jorge, Liliana, cómo van a utilizar ustedes este programa, un poquito de lo que ya han aprendido del programa para así transmitirlo a sus estudiantes y que ellos aprendan sobre construcción sostenible. Por favor, gracias.
Bueno, María Alexandra, pues recientemente y gracias a la gestión de ustedes obtuvimos esta beca. Quiero aclarar que el colegio desde un comienzo, desde la primera certificación, nosotros dentro de los criterios que teníamos para todo este proceso estaba en un tema que era muy importante, que era el School as a Teaching Tool, el colegio como una herramienta de aprendizaje. Para enseñar o trabajar con los estudiantes toda la temática de sostenibilidad. Entonces nosotros a través del tiempo hemos diseñado un currículo de sostenibilidad para trabajarlo con estudiantes y con los docentes del colegio. También obtuvimos una certificación por en todo el tema de colegios verdes y recientemente, gracias a la gestión nuevamente de ustedes, obtuvimos esta beca. Esta beca de Building Learners es una beca que nos permite, es un programa que nos permite trabajar con los profesores, capacitar a los profesores aún más de lo que ya están capacitando, para que los estudiantes puedan mejorar todos en todos los conceptos de ciencia, tecnología, ingeniería y matemáticas. Este programa es muy completo y permite que los estudiantes puedan conocer de viva voz, digámoslo de esa manera, todo lo que es la huella ecológica de su colegio y resolver problemas o plantear soluciones a diferentes problemáticas que se den en el colegio. Esa es para nosotros un tema muy importante. La certificación de LEED, a pesar de que es muy importante para evaluar el desempeño ambiental y en general de sostenibilidad del colegio, uno de los temas muy importantes que nosotros hacemos relevancia o tenemos dentro del colegio es todo lo relacionado a la educación, a que los estudiantes puedan aprender sobre sostenibilidad y que eso lo puedan implementar no solamente dentro del colegio, en sus casas, sino también cuando salgan del colegio y empiezan a estudiar una carrera nueva en una universidad. Entonces, eso es lo que nosotros buscamos y este programa pues nos lo permite.
Y seguramente, como lo sabes, los estudiantes van a poder utilizar ARC, la plataforma también para ellos mismos registrar datos, monitorear y demás. Entonces también van a ser a futuro unos ARC Pro. Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Como por último, quisiera, Jorge, Liliana, que nos dijeran cuál es el consejo que ustedes le darían a otras instituciones educativas. Liliana ya nos comentó que ustedes tienen unos programas en donde también le colaboran a otros colegios, inclusive sé que a la alcaldía del municipio también le trabajan con la Secretaría de Educación, pero ¿cuál es ese consejo principal que ustedes le dan a las demás instituciones educativas a nivel Latinoamérica para que se motiven y se inspiren a empezar todos estos procesos o a continuarlos si ya están en ellos?
Bueno, el primer consejo que yo le daría, ahorita le doy la palabra a Liliana, el primer consejo que yo le daría desde el colegio es que que las directivas de la institución empiecen a conocer todas estas iniciativas, todas esas estrategias enfocadas hacia la sostenibilidad. Estas iniciativas hacia la sostenibilidad no son difíciles de implementar. Pueden tener un costo inicial, pero realmente a largo plazo es muy gratificante poder observar cómo los estudiantes van no solamente aprendiendo sobre sostenibilidad, sino lo van implementando. Desde los niños pequeños hasta los estudiantes de mayor edad, eso es gratificante. Entonces, el primer consejo que yo le daría a una institución en Latinoamérica es esa, es que se empiecen a involucrar en todas estas temáticas, que empiecen a estudiar. El tema de ARC es muy interesante y para nosotros, como Liliana les comentó hace un rato, ha sido muy importante porque nos permite autoevaluar nuestro desempeño ambiental. Y esto es muy, muy importante porque un colegio genera unos aspectos y unos impactos ambientales que debemos solucionar. Y los estudiantes deben ver cómo nosotros estamos modelando esto. No sirve de nada tener un colegio cuya infraestructura es sostenible sin evaluar esto. Liliana.
Muchas gracias.
Vale. Solo complemento con lo siguiente. La educación es la mejor herramienta que tenemos como sociedad y educarnos en sostenibilidad es una necesidad primordial que tenemos en este momento como civilización. Requerimos saber todos, no solamente nuestros estudiantes, nuestros profesores, las directivas, el personal, todos, y de esta forma nosotros podemos transformar sociedad. Una recomendación o un consejo muy importante sería: identifiquen desde sus colegios, sean certificados LEED o bajo cualquier otro sistema de certificación, cómo pueden potencializar el conocimiento que se genera día a día, como es el consumo de sus servicios, que utilizan, que pueden medir internamente y que puedan no solamente compartir con otros, sino también internamente de forma tal que les permita establecer líneas de acción, pero también líneas de educación. Eso es importante. Y lo otro, si tienen algo para fortalecer, háganlo. Si no tienen conocimiento cómo hacerlo, miren, el que no pregunta no se queda con eso. Lo más importante es que tenemos un apoyo desde estas organizaciones, desde nuestras organizaciones, como es el GBCI, como son los consejos de construcción sostenible, como es el ambiente académico. Para eso estamos todos y como colegio nosotros aportamos y tratamos de formar parte de todas esas iniciativas que tanto aquí en Colombia se lideran por parte del GBCI como del Consejo Colombiano de Construcción Sostenible. Requerimos que la información sirva para educar.
Muchas gracias, Jorge. Muchas gracias, Liliana, por su participación, por compartirnos toda esta experiencia. Y ya como resumen, pues comentarles nuevamente que el acceso en ARC es gratis. Puedes ingresar a www.arcscoru.com. Inicias con el registro de datos que ya tengas, con energía, agua, residuos. Y definitivamente el puntaje y la comparación los va a ayudar a entender cómo se está desempeñando ese edificio e identificar oportunidades de mejora. Y sabemos que un edificio más eficiente genera menores costos de operación, menores impactos ambientales y definitivamente genera un mejor confort y es más atractivo para sus ocupantes.
Hola, mi nombre es Elinta Mayor Boleda, tengo 10 años y hago parte de los Guardianes de la Naturaleza del municipio de Nori, Antioquia. He aprendido cómo cuidar a los animales, cómo reciclar, cómo proteger el agua, el aire, los árboles. También he aprendido cómo a reciclar bien y también he aprendido cómo cuidar el municipio y todo el mundo. También he interactuado súper bien con mis compañeros y también con los animales. invitamos a cuidar el medio ambiente y a saber a respetar a todos los animales que viven con nosotros. También te invitamos a saber reciclar y cuidar el medio ambiente.
Un saludo para todos, mi nombre es Juan Pablo Ruiz, soy coordinador de la ONG Transilvania Club. Transilvania Club significa detrás de las montañas, es un lenguaje muisca y lo adoptamos porque donde nosotros vivimos y hacemos muchas labores es una cordillera montañosa, hermosa, mágica y llena de vida.
Muy buen día, mi nombre es Paula Delgado. Hoy nos encontramos en la Escuela de Formación Alma de Circo, en el barrio Barranquilla del municipio del Colegio Cundinamarca. Ellos son unos niños que oscilan entre los 8 y los 12 años. La escuela aproximadamente lleva el proceso de formación de más o menos 8 años. Los niños llevan más o menos entre 4 años, 2 años, algunos de un mes, quienes realizan con el material reciclable todos los objetos, siempre cuidando el medio ambiente y preservándolo. Bueno, nos encontramos aquí con Joshua. Cuéntanos hace cuánto te encuentras acá en la escuela.
Yo me encuentro hace un mes acá y he aprendido mucho, además de todo sobre la parte ambiental, de reciclaje. Con eso hacemos varias actividades con las botellas, plástico, todo lo que encontramos en las calles lo reciclamos y
Buenas tardes para todos, espero hayan tenido un buen almuerzo. Estamos a 10 minutos para reiniciar.
Gracias. ¿Dónde está Viviana Valdivieso? ¿Está acá con nosotros? Hola Viviana, ¿cómo estás? ¿Qué ha habido, Viviana?
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Bien, ¿y tú qué tal?
Bien, bien, les ha salido todo súper chévere, felicitaciones.
Ah, bueno, gracias. Bienvenida, muchas gracias.
No, con muchísimo gusto de acompañarlos, de verdad. Muchas gracias por el espacio.
¿Tienes alguna inquietud de cómo funciona la cosa?
¿Aló? ¿Me
No,
escuchan?
perfecto. Sí, Jorge, ¿cómo estás?
¿Isabela Angelelli debe ingresar o no, Jorge? Jorge.
Parece que no nos escucha porque mira que nos saludó.
Hola, Isabela es la compañera de John Dee. Yo la vi
Ah,
conectándose.
ok.
Seguramente ha querido oír presentaciones, pero todavía no. Ellos son
nosotros. Les recordamos que estamos en nuestro primer encuentro de Generación Verde, educando líderes para la sostenibilidad del mañana. Y en este instante damos paso a Viviana Valdivieso. Ella es directora Consejo Colombiano de Construcción Sostenible. Y hoy nos va a hablar sobre construcción sostenible, lo que está en juego. Viviana, bienvenida y adelante.
Hola Juliana, muchísimas gracias. Qué gusto estar aquí acompañándolos a todos. Agradezco muchísimo la invitación del Colegio Rochester y del Ministerio de Ambiente, los dos aliados importantísimos en la labor que hacemos nosotros. Voy a compartirles aquí mi presentación y hablarles un poquito del trabajo que hacemos en el país.
In the country regarding green building and why is it important for us to be talking about this topic in this event, in the Green Generation meeting. I know that a lot of what you have been discussing has had to do with the development topic and climate change, but focused on education. And we're going to talk a little bit how that education in sustainability can be potentiated and backwards too. From the leadership of the new generations, we can achieve a lot from the environment that is built already. I want to tell you who we are, CCCS, and this is part of the conversation of what I'm going to share with you. We are an organization that works as an association, as a network that gathers all the leader organizations of the value chain of the construction participating in this chain that is in growth with regards to sustainability. We are about 160 member organizations that are active all over the country. We have educational institutions, financial institutions also, builders, material suppliers, architects, etc. All the players in the country that design, build, operate buildings and that make such important decisions for the social environmental impact that is generated from these buildings. We are a member of the World Council of Green Building that gathers 70 countries around this topic, and we work with international allies at the OGBC, which is also a very important ally of the Rochester School, the GBC. He's our member too, and the ministry is also a very important ally in the work that we carry out. As an organization, our mission basically is to create opportunities to obtain the transformation of the construction sector, but the environment that is built, most of us, or most of the population in the country lives in cities. We live in a building, we study in a building, we have entertainment, everything in buildings. So our mission is to be able to accompany this transformation, convinced of the impact that this has in the well-being and the quality of life and in the environmental results of the country and in the well-being of the entire population of each one of us. Who do we work with? It is important to tell you about this because as everything in sustainability, change will be generated if we work hand in hand. If all the organizations that have shared objectives get together and contribute from their knowledge. So we have all the organizations that are members of the council. We work with final consumers a lot, which is the entire population. We all live in a building. You go to a school, people go to the offices to work, they walk into a mall. So that's the daily life of everybody. And our allies, the international allies, and the local and national governments, and national and international allies, they're very important to motivate and to give us guidelines as to what construction should be in the country. Of course, so far, maybe you think that this has nothing to do with the conversation that we're having, but educational institutions have a very important impact on this, not only because they form part of the environment built in our cities and country, but also because they are live laboratories for sustainability, because they are the ones that encourage the changes in general in sustainability, but in our sector also will continue to happen in the future. And they also have an important responsibility and to reduce the impact of the facilities. So construction and operation decisions are fundamental tools, and from there, education on these topics based on these decisions for operation and construction of the educational infrastructure. This is a very important tool for education in our times. I'm going to talk a little bit and to show you why it is so important, this topic in this context, because what is the impact in the educational infrastructure? What impact does a sustainable building has in development? First, we have to understand what we mean about sustainable or green construction. What we do in the council is to create awareness and say why this is important. When we talk about something that is green, we're talking about the topics that have the largest impacts. These are topics of reforestation, agriculture, but a lot of people do not know the very important impact of construction in this kind of development, especially for climate change. And it is important that all the users of the buildings that to raise this level of awareness and start making important decisions and to have more and more knowledge about this topic. So when we talk about green building, we're talking about the practice of planning, designing, building, operating, and living construction projects. So every single moment, since when you design a building until we get to use it, and even when it's a useful life is up and it's remodeled or it's the building is torn down, the idea is that they can be efficiently or economically efficient to minimize their negative impact on the environment and maximize their positive impact on the users and the communities. As all the sustainability projects, how do we build these buildings that can be economically viable and bring benefits in terms of efficiency in investment, in resources, in resilience, because they contribute to everybody's well-being and help us to achieve our goals of environmental impact reduction. So these are the topics that we focus on just to show you how broad our impact is here. So when we talk about this, we talk about the importance of financing correctly this transformation, but we're talking specifically about impact for the mitigation and adaptation to climate change. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the emissions that they were asking about this morning. What does an educational institution can do to reduce the carbon footprint and even adaptation to climate change? And we have resources and circular economy, all the materials that you use in a building, the construction material and the management of waste, the efficiency in the use of water, reutilization of water, etc. We talk about sustainable cities or green cities. This has an impact not only on the buildings that we live in and study in, but also how do we conceive our cities? How much green space do we have? The quality of air? How do we encourage sustainable transportation means? We talk about health and well-being, and I could speak, about these topics for a long time, but we have to see what is the composition of the materials, the ventilation of the buildings that can impact the health and well-being of the people that live in these buildings. And we also have social equity, that the buildings are healthy, appropriate. This is a very broad topic, and the idea is to support these the learning or the understanding of this. What is the role that this plays in development? I'm going to tell you about the impacts, because sometimes in regular conditions without taking into account COVID, people spend about 90% in a building. So the quality of a life and the quality of the environment there is very important. It is important because the cities continue to grow and they are important generators of this. So this is why the international conversation has increased in priorities with regards to the decisions made in the design of the buildings, all sorts, schools, hospitals, houses, malls. Here we talk about educational institutions, of course. So it is very important to understand that the impact generated because of these decisions depends on a lot of actors. And here I see, or we have a list of one of the main ones. So you can see how educational institutions play roles here, like many of those that are in the list. They're financiers of their own facilities, they are developers of the projects. And sometimes those that design the facilities of educational facilities are the ones that operate them. And finally, we have the role of the users, which is you, the teachers, the administrative team of the school or the universities, and of course the students and the family of the students that share in this part. And it is very valuable also that according to studies carried out of an international organization working on this topic is that the investments made on this sector versus other sectors like the industrial sector or the agricultural sector, investments to reduce emissions in this sector have closer returns in time because we have transformation that can be achieved quickly. And all the decisions made today is how to build our buildings that will have an impact in the 30, 20, or 50 years for these consumption and impact. Here we see a summary of the 11 development objectives of green building that we try to impact directly. We have education, of quality education. It applies a lot. I'm going to show you some numbers of the impact, the gender equality, growth, industry transformation, a lot of topics. So I'm just going to highlight the importance, and we're going to go fast through this, but these are examples of the Z12 of production and consumption. We talk about the decisions about the materials to be used. We apply circular economy principles, recycled materials being used. This is an important impact that can be generated in this topic about construction. We have this health and well-being topic also. As I said, the idea is to generate buildings that have a good comfort, well-being, good quality of indoors and outdoors environment to protect health and well-being of the people living in them. And here we have, this is very big. I would like to tell you a lot of things in detail, but I'm just giving you a sample here of all the different health and well-being things that we can have when you're operating in a building. We have, it has to do with comfort, with water, mental health, to prevent disease transmission that we have seen that for the school has been very important for the Rochester School, reducing emissions, resilience, promoting physical activities, etc. We have many decisions that can be made from the design of a building in order to improve health and well-being of the people. And the last example that I wanted to show you was the one on action for climate. So the decisions made in order to reduce this climate change, what energy are you going to use, renewable energy, and even the materials that are being used also have an impact on the reduction of emissions. So this is important because we have heard all the efforts made in order to save water. We have saving equipment, light sensors. So you talk about behaviors of savings and profitability, but they're not based on the design, on material or technology that support that behavior. We are losing a very important opportunity. So that was like a very fast presentation of the importance of this topic. And I want to tell you or show you something that has been the trend where we are headed to, and is something that is very important uh, of the country. This has to do with the climate change impact. And this is one of the most important environmental objectives globally that are transversal to all sectors. There is one commitment that is very important, that in order to achieve the objectives and the goals that we have, that started from the agreement in Paris, and they are reflected in the commitments of each one of the countries that signed that agreement in the reduction of their emissions, is to go from energy efficiency to being able to achieve that countries and the economy and productive sectors of each one of our countries will have zero net emissions, not only to reduce them, because we are facing such a big challenge that a small reduction of these emissions through efficiency meters is not enough. We have to be able to considering all the actions that we're going to do at the end, we will have buildings that are not contributing with emissions. So I'm going to tell you about this. A little complex, but it can be achieved. And I'm going to tell you what Colombia is doing in this direction. Educational entities play a very important role from their own facilities, and we have to integrate this concept and this effort to all the education initiatives that may exist. So this is the path that we are moving on, going from deficiency to a topic of net zero and to be regenerative in the buildings. And Colombia is on that path, committed, initially had made a commitment of reducing 20% of the emissions. And recently, last year, it increased its commitment to around a reduction commitment of about 50% of emissions. So this is a large ambition, because the built environment has an important role to play. So as I said, these net zero buildings have to have a net balance of emissions equal to zero. How do we achieve this? We see here the different buildings. They have emissions in operation, in construction, through materials. And the idea here is to minimize, with a vision of the life cycle, reduce the emissions as much as possible, so that we can have renewable energy sources and reduce consumption as much as we can. And when we get to the minimum emissions, we can compensate those emissions that remain. So in here, deforestation has an important role to play, and that is what we're betting on in as a country. So this was a mapping that we did in the council. This is a project that we are the leaders of, and these are the players that contribute to emission generation in the whole cycle. So we have a big task here, and we have to work very closely in order to be able to contribute to these goals of climate change. Specifically, Colombia right now is beginning with a project called the Net Zero Carbon Accelerator Project. And this was an initiative that was launched in 2019 in the United Nations, that wants to accompany different countries to define a route map to define this for the construction sector, for all the buildings in the country. And Colombia was selected with Turkey as two countries that are receiving financing in order to move forward in this direction. This is an indication of the commitment that the country has and the results that we have obtained here. So we have two objectives. At a national level, we have to define the roadmap, and we have to do an exercise locally. Colombia is going to do this in two cities, in Cali and in Bogota, in order to start implementing actions in all kinds of buildings that will allow us to show results in that direction, and start measuring the impact generated by the different measures, and come closer to that goal that we have. So we are in a moment that is very important for us to be able to be very innovative and articulate ourselves to think outside the box. And because this is a big challenge, the time frame that we have to achieve this is by 2030 to have new buildings that are net zero emissions, and by 2050 that all the buildings, even those that are already built, are net zero also in their operation. So this is a big challenge where we all play a role, from the interaction that we have with the different buildings. And to finish, I just wanted to tell you a little bit in the framework of this, of what the council does, what is the work that we have done with educational institutions to promote these topics and to work in collaboration with them. I know that the idea is that we have also questions at the end, so I'm going to go very fast through this. Right now, we have 16 member universities at the council at national level, only one school, the Rochester School, which is a very important leadership that is clear for everyone that the school has had, even in Latin America. And we hope that many other schools will join this work, from the infrastructure, design, and operation of the educational infrastructure. And we work on these four pillars: leadership, generating awareness, good practices, sensibilizing as we do in these events, generating knowledge also, good practices for other institutions, how to use this for the education of other students, so we can share all of these between those that prepare materials, the government, etc. And then finally, the mobilization, which will allow us to achieve results, so that this is not an exception, but that all the schools, all these educational institutions may implement these decisions. Here, I wanted to show you what an educational institution, what does imply to be a sustainable institution in the field, to have new and existing infrastructure in the design and construction, to have green materials, to have green operation processes, and green maintenance processes. But it's important to use these as an educational tool, and that the campus becomes a laboratory for the students, so that they become aware and they get learning, and that they can multiply these with other benefits that improve the health and well-being of the students, which, in addition to be an example and be motivating, and also benefits for the learning processes of the students. I have some numbers of the World Green Building Council. Maybe tomorrow you're going to be able to learn about this a little bit more, but we have evidence showing that good lighting, good ventilation, having access to natural light, the design of the buildings can improve the learning and the concentration of the students. This is a topic that goes beyond just an environmental commitment. So we have a lot of tools also. LEED, for example, is sort of like the family of tools, the one that we use more worldwide in educational facilities that we have worked with. And the Rochester School has been the leader in this country and worked on that. And I'm not going to go into detail here because I'm not going to talk about the hosts, but I just wanted to highlight the different ways in which a green building construction certification can help us to give guidelines, and we can implement transversal criteria with regards to all the sustainability topics in the operation. But they were implemented, but we can start also use these as an educational tool in a specific program that the school is beginning. We have been using this. So all of these decisions having interest on a topic have an ally and an example and a case of success that has been recognized at international level. We also have to continue working to make decisions and motivate and to acknowledge the importance of this topic and work together. I think this is the main message. And that was to share with you a little bit. I know it was a lot, but anyone who wants to continue talking, we can continue doing that afterwards. Viviana, thank you very much for your words and especially for sharing your knowledge about health and sustainability. We have some questions for you. Three questions we have for you. The first one is, what are the steps and requirements so that the schools enter into the certification process? The certification processes, depending on the certification that you want in each institution, there are some specific criteria that must be fulfilled in the different components of sustainability, having to do with power, water, materials, and each institution can start like making the diagnosis of the current situation and identify the measures that are required in order to start complying with each one of those criteria for certification and to prove and document this in order to be able to have access to the certification at the different levels they have, depending on the compliance of the commitment they want to make with regards to those criteria. We have different levels. We have gold, platinum, silver, and whenever you want, I can share more information with you about these topics if there's anyone interested in it. Why is it important to have a school with a sustainable infrastructure in environmental and social environments? Well, that was the main message that I wanted to bring to you because I think the first thing is because of the educational role of educational institutions, more than a mall, more than a home or a house. It's important for schools to be an example and to be live laboratories of knowledge and protection of the environment and of the people. So, in addition to the reduction of environmental impact and the very important impact that I shared with you, that this has on health and well being and the learning of the students. So, beyond many other buildings, educational institutions have to be leaders in this topic. How can you incentivize the educational institutions wanting to have a sustainable infrastructure? That's an excellent question. I think this is what we're doing at the ministry. With the school also, we are working as allies. The first thing is to share the information and to learn about the impact it has and to show the return on investment at all in all regards. And I think that the most important thing here is that families and the students who are the users will start asking questions and start valuing this and motivating the institutions that they participate in make these decisions. And I think that this is the most important driver, the users. Viviana, thank you very much for your intervention. Okay, now we want to give the floor to Tom Marsikowski. He's a director of the STEM program, director of the University Program of Environmental in Florida, Institute of Development in the United States. He's going to talk about systematic and innovative projects in environmental sustainability. Tom, okay, welcome.
Would you please allow me to share screen?
Quisiera, perdón.
Perfecto.
Ahí te estamos viendo bien.
Can you see this?
Not yet.
No, ahora solo te estamos viendo, pero ya.
Right now, we're seeing you, but not your
Okay.
presentation. Remember to click on optimize video and audio.
Perfecto. There we go. How's that?
Ahora sí.
Now it's perfect.
Good, thank you. Well, allow me to begin by thanking Juan Pablo, Patricia, Jorge, and others at the Rochester School for inviting me to participate in and present at this conference, or this summit. I think this is a great event down there, and I appreciate this invitation very much. I also, you know, as with anyone, after listening to so many good presentations this morning, there are things that I would change in my presentation, but I don't have the opportunity to do that at this point. So I will simply move forward. I discussed this topic with Juan Pablo, Patricia, and Jorge maybe a few weeks ago. And this is a different kind of a presentation than many of the presentations that you've seen thus far, because I'm not here to talk about my university or our department or a program. I don't have projects in the environment like many of you. So I'm not talking about my work or the university per se, but I'm here really to share some ideas and to encourage some thought and analysis and discussion. I've been a professor and professional in the field of environmental education in the United States for about 40 years. I've had plenty of opportunities to travel and work abroad. I've been a professor in the US at the university level for 34 years. So I've had a lot of opportunity to think about education, teaching, and learning and what that involves. And yet, because of the length of my involvement, it's been a real challenge to prepare this presentation. Like everyone who has come before me, there is so much that I would like to be able to share, but there's only so much that I can fit into a 30-minute presentation for this summit. As a result, I prepared a fairly detailed PowerPoint presentation, but I am not about to present the PowerPoint as is, because as many in the United States are familiar with, if someone gives this kind of detailed information in a presentation, it's called death by PowerPoint. And I am not interested in inflicting that upon you. What I will do is present some highlights of key ideas from the PowerPoint slides, and then make the PowerPoint presentation available to Juan Pablo and others at the Rochester School, so that if any of you are interested in anything that's contained in here, that there will be an opportunity. There'll be an opportunity for you to take a look at it. Let me back up for a second and say, in addition to this, my background is as a teacher on the one hand. I've taught at the university level for 34 years. So I have very much of a teaching point of view. For 17 of those, for 22 of those years, I've prepared teachers at the undergraduate level. So I know what teacher preparation involves. And I've been involved in a lot of professional development for teachers, both in graduate courses and beyond that. But I also bring another perspective to this presentation, and that is as a researcher and an analyst, because I think that we need the same kind of research work and analysis in education that Viviana was talking about in architecture and construction. We need the same kind of penetrating analysis, data collection, and very deliberate thinking about what we're going to do in education. So I appreciate her comments very much. My outline is to talk just a moment about innovation, systemic, and approach, to provide a short overview of the history of environmental education in the United States, and then of the relationship between environmental education and education for sustainable development, ESD. And then I'll talk briefly about 4 different approaches or areas of approach that I think may have some relevance to the kind of analysis and discussions that have taken place, for example, in the council that Viviane mentioned, that involve universities across the country, as well as the Rochester School. Those approaches focus upon goals, providers and participants in educational programs, how we prepare and provide professional development for teachers in an ongoing way, and what sustainability means with respect to school and community. Very briefly, innovation is a new idea, method, or device, or it's the introduction of something new. And in the United States, environmental education was an innovation in the later 1960s and into the 1970s. And it's over time, as we've gathered assessment, research, and evaluation evidence, as we've gained experience with practice, that we've been able to move beyond being purely innovative to having some systematic and more deliberate ideas about how to approach education. Systematic is a second term that's apparent in the title, and it's looking at the parts that comprise a system. And I'll get to that. There's something that I will share with you about systemic initiatives that were organized and supported by the National Science Foundation in the United States through the 1980s and 1990s. And a lesson that I think we can take away from that systemic, of those systemic initiatives. And lastly, an approach refers to the taking of preliminary steps. It's not taking the only step, it's not taking the final step, but it's some steps that we can take in order to move ourselves forward from where we are on the path toward where we'd like to be in the process of becoming that. This is an example of a systemic approach that may be of familiarity to a lot of the teachers and other educators in the audience. That we start with a mission. We have, for our school, there are programs and courses and goals. And out of all of that, we have objectives, which another word for objective is intended learning outcome. What we hope our students to be able to acquire as a part of their participation in whatever kind of learning experience we're about to provide to them. We plan out those experiences using the kind of learning theory that Juan Pablo discussed earlier from Glasser. But there are other learning theories that can be reviewed and discussed as part of how we plan our teaching and plan for learning. And those learning theories often give rise to instructional designs, and we have to select and organize the content, the subject matter we're going to be working with, and then we either develop or adapt or just adopt the various kinds of teaching resources that will allow us to teach. And then we get into the classroom and we are teaching and we are facilitating learning at the same time. And out of however long this process takes, we then are involved in, well, students walk away with having learned something. And we use assessment as a tool to help us understand that. We can pre-assess learners over the course objectives because everybody knows when you walk into a class, there's nothing worse than either having an instructor start at a level that's above where you're ready to begin. They're ready to teach at a level that is beyond the subject matter that you have acquired. Or conversely, there's nothing worse than being in a classroom where an instructor doesn't use pre-assessment and winds up teaching material that you've already had at least once, if not several times, in prior courses or years of schooling. So pre-assessment helps us figure out how to optimize our teaching and make it relevant to our students. When we get into teaching, one of the best things that we can do is use formative assessment so that we keep track of how our students are doing. Are they understanding us? Is the pace of my instruction appropriate? And all of the kinds of questions that students are prone to ask and teachers are wanting information about, so that we know that our students are learning the material and are with us. And if they're not, then we recycle and we plan and engage in a cycle of reteaching. And we can sometimes use peer tutoring or some other kind of after school work with students to help catch them up if it's only a few students. And we use post or assessment to determine what our students have taken away at the end of that learning sequence, whether it's in-class instruction or whether it's immersion in a field project, such as the participatory science project that was discussed this morning. And so assessment is a tool to help us refine our thinking about how our teaching is working. Is it working for the participants in our courses or classes? And lastly, there's this element of program and course evaluation. Did everything work as we hoped, or do we need to go back and tinker with any of the working parts of this so as to improve the quality of what we're doing educationally at this course or classroom level? So this is something of a systemic approach or outlook for our teaching. On a macro level, I alluded to the National Science Foundation systemic initiatives. So now we're not looking anymore at the classroom level, but now we're looking at the state or the national level. How is the educational system working as a whole? And one of the things, there are numerous things that have been learned as a result of these systemic initiatives from the National Science Foundation, but that we need to codify our mission, our aims, our goals in the form of national standards or guidelines, and that we need to align everything else that we do with those standards or guidelines. Our school programs and courses should be designed to help students, to teachers teach and students achieve those guidelines. University programs need to prepare administrators and teachers to work in schools that are designed to do that. We need professional development opportunities with incentives for teachers to help them continue to grow and remain current in the work that they're doing in their schools. We need textbooks and other instructional materials that are going to align with those standards or guidelines. And we need to identify other instructional sites, such as field settings out of doors, whether they're streams or parks, and other technologies, which were also discussed this morning, that are going to support all of this. We need student assessment at the course and program level, as well as summative assessment at the national or state and provincial level, so that somebody can keep a general sense of how are we doing as a whole, not in any particular classroom or grade level or school, but how are we doing across all of the schools that are serving our students, our learners within this municipal area. And lastly, obviously, we need institutional policies and arrangements. including budgets and school schedules, as well as community partnerships that are going to allow and enable schools to deliver the kinds of programs and courses they have in mind. The kind of programs and courses that Juan Pablo was discussing earlier. So I'm going to skip back away from that micro and macro level view of a systemic look at education into looking back at the environmental education. And I'm going to talk about the United States as a frame of reference simply because I don't understand the history of environmental education in Colombia. And that's an area in which I have a lot of learning to do. But in the United States, nature study, the study of natural history in rural schools began in the 1890s, 130 years ago. There were books written in 1891. Cornell developed its program in 1896. Comstock had a major book that was published to guide that field around 1910. You know, so that the study of nature, of natural history, of ecology, how the natural world works, is something that's been apparent in US schools for 130 years or more. Outdoor education is also a strand that began early on. And outdoor educators themselves defined outdoor education as education in, about, and for the out of doors. A lot of times, outdoor education was not undertaken in schools initially, but it was undertaken by community organizations for youth, like the Boy Scouts and Campfire Girls and the Girl Scouts. It was also supported by the Park Service, the federal agency that was designed to administer national parks in the United States. But that goes back more than 100 years. It also is supported by universities like Northern Illinois University with their field campus to support how we teach in the out of doors. Whoops, I went too fast. And lastly, in the 1930s, by the time the United States had formed a number of federal agencies, it dawned on people in Washington, D.C. that they needed to understand how to manage resources that had been set aside. And once the agencies were set up to administer those resources, they realized that they needed help with education. Because once we have a park, or we have rivers, or we have coral reefs, or we have tropical rainforests and other areas set aside for protection and non-consumptive use, they realized that people are going to want to visit these areas, and that in order to, they could use the areas to inform and educate people, but people also needed to be informed and educated so that those sites could be maintained on a sustainable basis. So conservation education emerged in the 1930s, 90 years ago. And that interest was in understanding the characteristics, distribution, status, uses, problems, and practices associated with natural resources and resource management. You know, and all three of these strands that occur at different historical points in the United States, I think, from what I heard this morning, from all of you discussing projects there in Colombia, all of these are part of the educational traditions in one way or another there in Colombia. So they're relevant, or of some relevance. I will skip this and simply go to the bottom and say that the relationship between environmental education and education for sustainable development is one that continues to evolve. What's most important is that both environmental education and ESD, or as Juan Pablo refers to it, environmental sustainability education, that they all address the UN goals for sustainable development, and that we continue to be able to innovate so as to meet new conditions and challenges, and we be systemic in gathering and interpreting and making use of experience and evidence so that we can continue to offer or improve our programs in ways that are going to allow us to achieve our educational goals. Speaking of how we achieve our goals, we'll start with goals, the first approach. In the United States, very briefly, there were 3 ways in which environmental education was defined. In the early 1960s and 70s, it was really defined in 1 or 2 sentences. Environmental education is aimed at producing a citizenry knowledgeable concerning the biophysical environment and its associated problems, aware of how to help solve them, and motivated to work toward their solution. University of Michigan. Bill Stapp is cited here because he was the first director of UNESCO's International Environmental Education Program, starting in about 1973, 1974. That UNESCO program eventually convened an intergovernmental conference, and that 1-sentence definition got expanded into a set of goals and objectives. And many of you are familiar with the Tbilisi goals and objectives: awareness, knowledge, attitudes, or if I was going to rename it today, affective dispositions, skills, and participation. So we move from a 1-sentence definition into sets of goals, and then because those goals need to be spun out and they need to be expanded to accommodate both experience and unfolding research, it becomes clear that we have had 3 major themes or focal points in our educational programs in the United States. And this all pertains to this 3rd way of defining the field of environmental education, which is evolving environmental literacy frameworks. We have different themes: nature as a theme, environmental problems and issues as a theme. Some of you were talking about the impacts of natural disasters this morning. You know, that falls into the 2nd column. And some of you have focused upon solutions in sustainability, like Viviana did with our discussion, in her discussion of architecture and construction. But in all 3 of these themes, there are different kinds of knowledge and different sets of skills and different kinds of what we would call affective dispositions and different kinds of participation that are associated with each. And I've attempted to identify which of the Tbilisi objectives these align with, but I've also tried to identify where they fit environmental literacy frameworks by Simmons, for example, and where they reflect Heinz's meta-analysis of research related to environmental behavior in the United States. So I've tried to take into consideration what our aspirations are, like the Tbilisi objectives, what our on-the-ground programs look like and are doing today, as well as what research tells us looks like sound or best practice. And those different sets of information converge as we begin to think about frameworks for environmental literacy, such as this one. There are a lot of challenges associated with these goals. Thinking about what our outcome-oriented educational goals are with respect to environmental literacy and what some people in the United States, like Marianne Krasny, have called socio-ecological resilience, meaning sustainability within schools and communities. Those outcome-oriented goals for learners have to translate into programmatic goals, how we build the human and organizational capacity in order to make those educational programs possible to help learners achieve those outcome-oriented goals. And then we've got to develop coherent and realistic plans to accomplish those programmatic goals and those outcome-oriented goals. And beyond that, we need to review these on the basis of the best available theory and research, as well as accumulated experience. What does your experience tell you is going to make a difference when it comes to participatory science, or other kinds of field project work, project-based learning on the part of teachers and learners? What does theory and research tell us about that? The second approach is very simply a way of outlining 4 different sectors of the field. And I heard discussion about all of these this morning. There's formal education, which involves K-12 schools and colleges and universities. Non-formal education is the way that I describe this is education that takes place on any particular site other than a school, a museum, a zoo or aquarium, a botanical garden, a nature center, a national park, a wildlife refuge, a marine sanctuary, any place where the site is highly relevant to the kind of educational programming that gets offered there. Informal education is different. I see that as media-based, both traditional media, as in TV, radio, and newspaper, and films, but also more contemporary media, as in the internet and forms of social media, because so much of education today is supported and advanced by media. And that makes informal education invaluable to those of us who work in formal education. And then there's this other thing that began to emerge in the United States in the 1990s or early 2000s called community-based education, in which we really recognize that, like in Viviana's case, there are people in organizations such as the National Board that are interested in education, like the Ministry of Environment and Sustainability in Colombia. They have an interest in education. There are all kinds of things that get done here. And as we move from formal to non-formal to informal to community-based, we really become much more inclusive in thinking about who can be involved as providers of education in our country. How do we figure this out? Well, one of the things that you can do is identify who is doing what out there. Find opportunities to work with people across sectors. You know, the collaboration and partnerships that have been discussed all morning. Arrangements to help further the development of environmental literacy, as well as arrangements to help further the development of school and community or socio-ecological resilience. Those are challenges that some of you have given very careful and deep thought to, and some of you are going to be grappling with perhaps for the first time. But these conversations about how to move forward, not only in your own school or university program, but together within across schools in the community, across a network of universities, and then with other kinds of non-formal, informal, and community-based education providers becomes particularly relevant. And lastly, I'm going to skip the 4th approach in light of time, but one of the things that we have done in the United States is develop some guidelines for the preparation and professional development of teachers and other educators. There are a variety of themes here. They need to be environmentally literate themselves, and they need to understand resilience at the school and community level. They need to understand the history of environmental education and environmental or education for sustainability, the goals, theory, practice, infrastructure, historical traditions. They need to understand what their responsibilities are for continual improvement and an active commitment to ongoing professional development for all teachers. We heard that from St. Patrick's School, the kind of support that that school provides to the teachers at that school so that they can continue to strengthen and expand and improve their school programming. There are guidelines that are straightforward about planning and implementing education, fostering learning, and engaging in assessment and evaluation that are common to any particular field of education. And then what we begin to do is think about how do we figure out who is addressing those kinds of guidelines in the preparation of teachers and which of those guidelines are important at that level. Who's involved in professional development of teachers and educators? And where is there overlap? Where is there compatibility and opportunities for collaboration? Where might there be gaps in the preparation and professional development opportunities available to teachers? Very, very important questions. And I know this because this is the world that I've lived in for 34 years. And I've got, I don't know, 60 or 70 graduates of our graduate program in environmental education at Florida Tech. I will get to my closing remarks. I'm going to echo some things that Juan Pablo indicated, that we can't keep nature as our only theme. We can't focus only on the acquisition of scientific knowledge, and we can't continue to do things the way we've always done them, because although those things can help, they're not enough in our area of education to have the kind of impact on environmental literacy, on resilience, and on sustainability that we are going to need in order to address the kind of global climate crisis and other conditions. And at the same time, we can't put this all on the shoulders of students, because we need to provide experiences or opportunities for them that are developmentally sound and experientially appropriate. So we need to put some of that responsibility on adults, and adult education becomes very important. We also need to keep in mind that we can't put all of this on education, because there are larger societal conditions, political, economic, technological, industrial, that are going to impact, which is why I really liked Viviana's presentation. And that the burden of responsibility for moving forward is not ours alone. It's not owned by education, but educational institutions and educators must partner and work with diverse sectors in innovative, sound, and productive ways to enhance literacy resilience as we move toward a more sustainable future. So I will close by thanking Juan Pablo, Patricia, Jorge, by thanking the Ministry of Education and Environment, the Green School Network, the Center for Green Schools, and others. And I certainly wish to thank those of you who want to become part of something larger and more vibrant, and move what's happening in the summit today and tomorrow forward in very productive and constructive ways. Thank you.
Gracias, Tom, por tu intervención y sobre todo por tus conocimientos en innovación y sostenibilidad.
Thank you, Tom, for your contribution and your knowledge in environmental education. Now, at this point, we will begin our forum,
Conjunto con
challenges and commitments to work jointly with government entities and the educational sector in initiatives vis-a-vis climate change. Moderators, Juan Pablo Aljure, President of Rochester School, Valerie Villegas, student from 9th grade, Alejandro Alcalá, student from 8th grade. So we will have the participation here of all panelists who presented today. Welcome, everyone.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, llegamos al final de este importante.
Thank you very much. We are coming to the end of this very important meeting. Where's Alejandro? And Valerie, where are they? Hello. Good afternoon. Dr. Juan Pablo Nicolás Castro, Vice Minister, ready for the panel. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Minister. Welcome. Thank you very much for this space. I know that you've been working hard with Maria Lucia, my sub-director, in this topic, and we're very enthusiastic with the alliance that we're having with you. I'm just waiting for the signal from you. Okay, great. We will begin the forum as Juliana was saying, or Juliana was saying. We're going to have two moderators from the school, Alejandro and Valerie, two students, and myself, Juan Pablo Aljuri. I will begin then. We have about an hour to do this. I will start by asking some questions. Well, I will make some specific questions to some of the panelists. And Alejandro and Valerie will continue, and then we'll start switching up on and off. We may set up a topic, maybe not, or they can be separate topics also. So, do we have St. Patrick connected? St. Patrick's School, is it connected? Is St. Patrick's School connected? To all panelists, I want to ask you, please, to turn on your cameras and open up your microphone when you're asked something or when you want to participate. For Ederson Cabrera from IDEAM, he's with us, right? Yes, good afternoon. How are you? How could IDEAM integrate the students and professors or teachers from a school to make citizen science, these participative science that we were talking about, into real projects? One of the main challenges that different research entities have is to bring together knowledge and science to the different educational institutes. We have been connected through the participation office to promote environmental education topics. We have the network of environmental vigilantes. They have been working for 20 or 30 years with us, collecting information of the meteorological analogous stations, and we do educational processes with them so that they understand data on the climate and that they can continue providing them with in the way that we need them. In this kind of scheme where we have a lot of experience, these can be applied in getting close to some educational institutions, and this is what we've done in pilot projects in INAP. This was one of the first climate change studies done in Colombia during the 90s, where we worked with schools of rural communities associated to the Chincasa National Park, where we started by capturing information, processing it, and analyzing it. So I think this is the main challenge that we can have, and where the Ministry of the Environment, and we are willing to have these successful projects where we can promote environmental education, but we also generate knowledge based on local communities and educational institutions that are associated to those communities. Valerie and Alejandro. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Valerie. Before I begin with the questions, I would like to say hello to Francisco. Hello. Good afternoon. How are you? It's a pleasure to say hello to you and a pleasure to be here present with all of you. Now, we're going to have the questions with Alejandro. It is a pleasure to have you here, Francisco. Thank you. We have a general question for all of you, which is more specifically, what are the main challenges that we have as a country to have our children and youngsters to participate in this climate crisis? How can we face that? Who would like to start? Okay, I can start if you want. Okay. As I was saying before, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. I think that the main challenges that we have to be able to invite children and youngsters about these topics of climate changes and crisis all over the world is to give them a little bit more, I don't know the word, some idea of the topic. Youngsters is one of, and children also are one of the generations that are more aware about this, but we have to have a little bit more vision of what is being done and what we can collaborate with. And that because we are fundamental and strategic actors here in the world to participate and to build a healthy environment with a better climate, basically. First of all, I think we should have clear that we can, as citizens of the world, participate and take actions, even if they're small, in our cities, participate and listen, as many children are doing that. That is the first action that we have already started with, and we're doing it already. But applying that knowledge in our environment, in our place of living, in our home, in our school, I think it is important also the way that we can contribute to the education of the children to empower them. That is the word. Thank you very much, Francisco. Damian, what can we do specifically at schools so that the human life can be transformed to a sustainable ways? Good afternoon, all of you. I'm very happy to get to know Valeria, Alejandro, and Francisco. It's always a pleasure to listen to Francisco with such clear messages and interesting messages. I think that these kind of interventions make the difference. Pretty that we experts talk and listen to children and the young people and the students and these generations. This is what is really, well, that's the way I think this is what we are going to remember after the forum. Francisco used the word empower, and there is no doubt that this is an integral part of the process. Now, to answer your question, the previous question and the one you're asking now, I think that the first thing that we have to do is to become familiar with the topics. What do I mean with this? It's difficult to talk about climate change with students if they are not part, or if this is not part of their daily lives. When we find some child playing football or something, you have to tell them how to do it. But when we start talking about climate change and gases, ozone layer, they don't know how that will impact their reality or their daily life. And they say, where am I there? So that's one of the first most important topics in order to change their daily life and integrate to the school life the environment issues, sustainability, environmental education processes, and to start with observation processes with the students and try to translate those concepts that may sound so complex to something that is more familiar, more or something that is easier to understand, and to start with them and start creating what we have to do, which is a learning process, a discovery process, a research process from them, from their part, not from our part, because we have a lot of teachers and we always say that's what we want it to be. No, that's not the way it is. We have to set up the basis so that we can have a process of research by the students. So on the question of how to integrate this to our daily life, this is a observation process, an experiment process. Many times we say we don't have to study science, we have to do science. When we do science, we can start experiencing and understanding better these topics that we want to talk about or that we want to teach. Valerie and Alejandro. Yes, of course. We would like to ask a question to Francisco. We saw him and it drew our attention a sentence that he said, legislate for life. We would like to know what does that mean? Why is it so important? sincerely, today we are in a lecture that discusses the environment. You know, I don't have to remind you about that. I'm just articulating this with what I'm saying. We are in a conference with experts talking about climate change and environment, but now we're talking about legislating for life. We're talking about a more general concept because I think that life doesn't only refer to the environment. Life is a whole complex of things. It's nature, microorganisms, the smallest ones that we find everywhere. It's ourselves. It's the life of animals, of human beings, of workers. This is a very extensive concept, and I said that sentence when I presented in 2019 when I was 9 years old. Now I'm 11 at the Congress of my country in Colombia, where I spoke about the need that the members of the Congress or people in other countries, we have the parliaments, but in our case, we have congressmen or senators, for them to legislate for life, for that complexity of things, for that very complex system that we have in our planet. And I said that in the frame of that presentation because at the time there was a crisis that was very big, as the one that we're experiencing now. It's not the crisis because of the pandemics, it's a climate crisis. It's a crisis that had placed us in the focus of the conversation about climate change, about the different problems of reforestation, and many other topics. So basically, this is what this sentence refers to. And well, I think it is clear now. Yes, thank you very much. This is a question for Jennifer Herrera from the Humboldt Institute and Dr. Martin Kaufstra from the Florida Institute of Technology. I'm going to say it in Spanish first, then in English. What is it needed for schools to be a daily part of the participative science?
Bueno, yo diría que
Well, I would say that there is a broad interest in different schools to generate participative science. From our institute, we have accompanied several exercises and school participations in schools in different parts of the country. However, we've also noticed that to add to the question that was asked before about doing science and education in the classroom as a big challenge is that we should incentivize children that they can also participate in science. Sometimes we see science that is only for scientists or for an academic that has a professional career on this topic. But as Francisco was saying, and I think it's nice for them to say, children can be empowered in these environmental topics, and they can want to prepare themselves to generate this kind of data and scientific initiatives. And I think that it is also the task of the teachers also to generate these processes so that children are not only concentrated in the class and in their homework and in the objectives of the subject as it is, but that they could also explore territories and explore or understand the reality of their territories and the context. And it's interesting to me also what Francisco says about empowering children about their territory and their reality, local reality. Many times in the classroom, we have another challenge, which is that before we talk about participative science, we have to look at the different needs that we have in our today, in our context, and then generate in the children that critical thinking, that what they want to know, why they want to know that, how can we do that, and to generate that critical analysis that the man was talking about. And it comes from the teachers also to empower children on these topics and make them more visible. Dr. M.
Well, that's a very interesting question, and I like the response that was just given. One of the things that's important is that we provide opportunities for students to come to understand the nature of science, that science is a growing body of knowledge, but that body of knowledge continues to grow because of the research enterprise, the way in which scientists go about investigating the world, and that there's a very clear relationship between the way scientists investigate the world and what gets included in that body of knowledge of science. And that students at the project level are really engaging in a cycle of field research that leads them to generate some pieces of knowledge that may be relevant to them, relevant to their school program, but also of potentially greater relevance beyond that. And one of the things that I heard this morning was a question that was posed to Juan Pablo about, is there an app that we can use to share the results of the kind of participatory or citizen science that exists out there. And I sent Juan Pablo a paper done by one of my graduate students, because what's important is that we think about what kind of databases are available for students who have done their citizen or participatory science work. What kind of databases exist for students in different grade levels in different schools to enter their data into the same database, and then to have those databases made available to scientists, in the Ministry of Environment and Sustainability, those, or made available to scientists in relevant departments at the university level, other researchers that have an interest in this. So it's one thing for students to do this that in a way that's going to benefit them, but then we also need to figure out how are they going to be able to share their data with others, and how can they make use of the data that have been generated by students at their same grade level in other schools in different parts of the country. That infrastructure is important.
Thank you, Dr. Marcinkowski. Vamos a Alejandro y Valerie.
Alejandro and Valerie, we will go to you, and then the Vice Minister will be ready, please. I will ask you a question, Vice Minister. Alejandro and Valerie now. We have a question for the Vice Minister. So this is a question we have. What is required for us as citizens, and what is the ministry willing to do to generate a culture that is more focused on the environment so that our young people can develop themselves there? What is required to generate that culture? Valerie and Alejandro, thank you very much for that question. Well, I think that we cannot be shy here in terms of what is required. What I say is that we need to restructure in many ways the approach to today's education, especially on the environmental focus. Colombia, as you have heard many times, is one of the most biodiverse countries in the world. This is a country where we have more plant species more than in Europe, more reptiles than in Brazil. It has the most orchids in the world and more birds in the world. And many times, many people do not know about this. I am very enthusiastic about participating in this kind of spaces, because this is what we're trying to do here, is to close that gap that we have with the Colombian citizens, the regular Colombian citizens. So today we live in cities, but we don't know what are the ecosystems that surround us. And in Valledupar, they don't know that they have ecotropical forests, or in Medellin, they have a mountain forest also. And with this knowledge, you can start building. But in addition to the challenge, you were asking me, what are we willing to do? The answer is to participate very actively in the restructuring of that reform that is required. And here I want to share with you 3 or 4 specific actions where we want you to participate actively and that you can connect to. First of all, knowing that there is this gap, we are going to launch the National School of Open Education, where all the people from all ages, but that have a very the approach is more on children and adolescents, and we're going to educate the future citizens of Colombia so that they know, and this is what President Duque is saying constantly, that Colombia biodiversity is the largest patrimony that we have in our country. But if we don't know that we have this wealth, it's going to be difficult for us to have actions on them, and that we have to be very active for the protection of these natural resources. So we're going to have a school that will allow the active participation with formal, non-formal education, with multimedia content and many other tools so that we get to know our country better. Secondly, we are fostering a school greenhouse strategy where we're going to develop about 1,000 of these all over the country so that at a very early age, children understand how the forests work, how the trees grow, the seeds, the species, and this is one of the big goals that we have. And we also have the strategy in long term with the carbon neutrality of Colombia, which is known as AB50. This means a complete transformation of the economic system so that we can reach a point of balance where we can reduce the greenhouse gases that are causing this climate change, and that we can change the economic model. And to close, an important point that also has to do with the behavior of each of the individuals, and it has to do with the understanding of our footprint, coal footprint, and or carbon footprint, I'm sorry. And this allows us to calculate at a country level how many of these gas emissions are we releasing, and this is our contribution to the warming of the planet. We have a very ambitious goal to reduce these emissions, but this is an effort not only of the national government or other governments or companies, the schools and all the citizens can join this project, understanding that on my daily life, how does my carbon footprint works through the food that I eat, through my transportation, etc. So this is a big bet. And as I said, what we need here and the alliance with the private sector and the participation of children and adolescents is fundamental so that this restructuring may occur. And right now, we can protect the ones that protect the environment are not only schools like the Rochester School or Valerie or Alejandro or Francisco that are one step ahead saying we have to do this. It has to do with us. This is not a fight that someone has to do for me. But all Colombians, the 50 million Colombian, should take this step forward, following your steps so that we can continue protecting the environment. Thank you very much. The Rochester School, in collaboration with the Mining Energy Planning Unity of the Ministry of Education and Environment, in the last year, since 2009, we elaborated a full proposal of a energy curricula for the entire country, for the schools in the country. And we also presented it to the Ministry of the Environment. And we are ready for the first one that I was recommending so that I can give support, because we've already moved forward. In school curricula, usually they talk about biological conservation. We're talking about recycling and biological applications, but about energy, they don't work on that very much. So we are making it available to the ministry. That is important because there we have a component vis-a-vis climate change having to do, or that goes beyond what is strictly biological or environmental. And it has to do with how the economy works. The ministry, Correa, says that we are a ministry of environment and sustainable development. And I think education in many instances must help us to generate that balance, and which is not only knowing the biological part, of course, that is fundamental. Sometimes I'm very concerned about the lack of knowledge that we have as Colombia of our biological wealth. But there is an economic activity, productive modes, the way how energy is produced in Colombia is essential. And we have to bring that also at a very early age. It's an excellent idea, and we will continue working on that. Thank you very much for your offer. St. Patrick, Mr. Hammond, are you there? Mr. Hammond, are you listening? Are you in the meeting? Meanwhile, then, let's ask, and we want to thank Viviana Valdivieso for her intervention from the CCCS, this green building in Colombia. Viviana, are you with us? I think she's not here. Okay, so I'll give them, okay, so the question is for Dr. Malkowski.
What would you like the schools to do differently about environmental sustainability education? What is needed from teachers to accomplish that?
Wow. If we go back to the slide where I talked about the systemic initiatives supported by the National Science Foundation, it was a statewide and then an urban and a rural systemic initiative. One of the key elements that all of us know is that in K-12 education, our teachers are central. They are the ones who understand and begin to develop lessons to help students achieve objectives that are tied to our standards. They are the ones who select and supplement textbooks and other instructional materials. So the preparation of teachers is important, and the kind of council that Viviana discussed for architecture, I think a council of that kind for teacher education in the area of environmental and sustainability education in Colombia could be particularly helpful, so that you are doing your best to prepare the teachers to teach in the kinds of schools that you envision, the kinds of schools that you want to become. Beyond that, the point that you made early on in your presentation, Juan Pablo, about the shift, the extent to which the Ministry of Education is capable of looking at a shift from a subject-centered to more of a problem and real-world centered approach to topics in the K-12 curriculum is an intriguing and important question. It's one that has been a thorn in the side of the United States for decades, because we, like you, have very traditional school subjects. And unfortunately, environmental education is not a school subject here. So we have to deal with infusion. It gets infused into science, it gets infused into social studies, it gets infused into English and language arts. And without it being a separate subject, provides us with some real challenges, because then we often leave it up to the students as to how to connect the dots. How does what I'm learning about the environment in language arts relate to what I'm learning about the environment in social studies, relate to what I'm learning about the environment in science? And I don't think the answer is one or the other. I think we probably need some of both. We need environmental courses in the K-12 curriculum, and we also need infusion so that there are environmental topics that are taught and strengthened in other school subjects so that they can complement one another. There are two other points that I'll briefly make. One is, from all of the research that I'm familiar with, and I've looked at thousands of dissertations, 2,000 dissertations in the United States, and looked at large numbers of studies. One of the things that we have found that's most important is the affective domain. That students develop a sense of what we call environmental sensitivity, and that comes from the kind of field excursions that many of you talked about, including Yennefer with the work that she was doing with participatory science, because getting out into the world and coming into contact with plants and animals is important. And to do that with any regularity is important. But environmental sensitivity is one that fits the nature theme. As we move up into other themes in that environmental literacy framework, we get to things like self-efficacy. And Bandura's work on self-efficacy suggests that one of the best things that we as teachers can do when we set up projects is to put students in a situation that's challenging to them, but one in which there are opportunities for success. Both of those things are vital, and we can't set up projects that are easy, and we can't set up projects where the chances of success are almost impossible. And it becomes a very important insight that teachers develop as to how to design projects to find that sweet spot between something that's too easy or too difficult. And the last part is that we often take for granted that teaching subject matter involves also teaching skills. And I know in the United States that there's still a dire or serious misunderstanding of this, but many of the teaching strategies or teaching models that we use focus on helping students come to understand things and not necessarily develop skills to do things. And they're the teaching models that are associated with helping children become empowered to do things are fundamentally different than the teaching models that help them understand things. Those are two different but related kinds of goals or objectives. So I think thinking about the macro level, about subject matter, and how we begin to shift away from a subject-centered toward more of a problem-centered opportunities in the school curriculum, positions, and skill development in school program there in Colombia as it is here in the United States. So I'll stop there.
Thank you, Dr. Marcinkowski. Valerie y Alejandro.
Bueno, ahora nosotros tenemos dos preguntitas al señor.
Now we have two questions for Mr. Ederson from IDEAM. The first question is, what is it good for to have so many data if we don't have easy access to those meteorological data? Micrófono está deshabilitado.
Sí, aprovecho para conectar las dos.
Well, thank you for the questions, and I'll connect both. And the second question is, if it is so difficult to provide that information, make it public, despite the fact that this is a public entity which should provide information to all citizens, that means then that an institution like Rochester School has to fund a complete meteorological station only to know if they're making an assertive or effective investment, if they're going to buy a solar panel? Does it work that way? Well, Valerie and Alejandro, thank you for the question. It's very pertinent because it's like the question you always ask institutions, whether they're doing, I mean, are they doing what corresponds? Are you reaching citizens? In terms of open government, all information from public entities is 100%, should be 100% available and free. There is something that is called data portals. So both the Ministry of the Environment and IDEAM have these portals. Any citizen can access these portals and have their find information that is available. Amongst that information that is available is the meteorological one that you mentioned. That's the one that we provide through climate and hydrological networks. If you are interested, we can, through the Office of Attention to Citizens, give you a tutorial or a way in which you can have easy access to that information. In fact, there's more than 30 years of information, meteorological information there on Bogota. You can make or carry out very important analysis. I think what IDEAM is lacking, and many institutions are lacking, is making it, I mean, letting citizens know that it is available. I think together with the Office of Participation from the Ministry and in IDEAM, we can generate a pilot project where we can approach educational institutions and show them all this battery of information we have. I am a forest engineer, and as I showed you this morning, we have data monitoring forests. And in this open portal, we have information there available over the past 20 years. So every week we generate early alerts for the main active nuke cores. What are they? It's the places where you see more reforestation. Every week we generate a report that we send via email to those interested. So if you're interested, we can start sending you that information, because as you said it, institutions should be at the service of citizens and at the service of those who are interested in the information, in this case, you as students. So we're completely open to improve these communication channels. Thank you. One question for, oh, I'm sorry, you did finish. Okay, thank you. One question for Derly Lopez, who is representing the Secretariat of Education of CHIA, delegated by Liliana Villalobos. How could the Education Secretariat help schools to move from a PRAE, a school environmental project, towards a curriculum on education in sustainability? Micrófono, deshabilitar el micrófono, por favor.
No, no se te oye, Del.
Great, I'm sorry. Good afternoon. Yes, on behalf of the mayor of CHIA, who is recovering from COVID-19, and on behalf of the Secretariat of Education, Liliana Villalobos, cordial greetings to all of you. From our administration, we've been working over the past few years through PRAES, through the sentence of the Bogota River, and trying to generate in public and private educational institutions these environmental awareness, which goes beyond theory and translates into something practical and experimental. Last year, for example, the Secretariat of Environment developed very specific actions along the letters of Rio Frio, the Frio River, seeking to generate spaces so that students could plant trees there. I think on one of those occasions, you accompanied us as Rochester School. You very kindly led one of these campaigns, tree planting campaigns. We're also working with La Caro y Cuervo on the reforestation of this area, which is a very important heritage, not only for the municipality of Chia, but for the entire Colombia. We currently are working on the review of these environmental projects, and there are some which are starting to show what you are indicating, like, for example, the Fonquetá educational institution, which has carried out an environmental project, has been carrying it out for many years, and now it is already self-sustainable. They, for example, have one part in their school, a farm. They have a farm at school where families buy um, the eggs that they grow. I mean, they're becoming self-sustainable, and with these resources, they've been able to generate other processes such as the orchard. They created a specialized classroom for the management of reusable products, and they also create or fabricate handcraft with these materials. So PRAE, every bimester, instead of being an activity for every bimester becomes an active and live curriculum. The Secretariat of Education is generating a program, creating a program for institutions where through a booklet, they will generate these environmental brochure and curriculum for official institutions. They're also showing this information to private educational institutions, and all these tools go hand in hand or seek to have these environmental projects that we talk about so much. That the standard establishes that this should be cross-cutting for all educational institutions. So they should really become a cross-cutting project where the educational institution shows the development of their project, pedagogic project, instead of just developing very specific activities throughout a school year and finish there. No, it has to transcend. So I've been reviewing this, and we see very beautiful experiences in the municipality of Chia. In the public aspect, we find, for example, the case of Fonquetá School. In private schools, we find Rochester School, Liceo de Ateoro. We also have Bosques de Sherwood. They've developed very specific actions and very beautiful work with their PRAEs.
¿Aló? ¿Ahí terminaste tu intervención?
Sí, señor.
Sí.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I finished. Thank you very much, Derly, for your answer. Before continuing, Alejandro and Valerie, I want to ask a question to Mr. Hammond, Steve Hammond from St. Patrick's School, because sometimes he doesn't have a lot of time. Now you have 2 questions, so you can choose 2 questions, if you allow me.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes, Juan Pablo.
Hey, nice to see you, Mr. Hammond. Thank you very much for coming.
It is a great pleasure.
Great.
I feel very honored to be with this August and this very, very talented group. And I really commend you and the Rochester School for putting this great group together. I think that it's a wonderful and a dynamic step forward, and I think it has legs. I think this is the right thing at the right time, and I commend you for that, Juan Pablo, and your great team.
Thank you, Steve. Let me ask you something. What are the greatest obstacles or challenges you have faced at your school and your country as well in developing environmental sustainability skills in K through 12 students?
Well, our school is pre-K through 8th grade. And I could answer that in this. I think I see Meg LaSalle here. Meg, would you want to raise your hand? She gave a wonderful presentation today. Rick Strauss may be here, and Jan. thank them for their wonderful presentation. It just to encapsulate this quickly, Juan Pablo, I would say that we've engaged in education, plain education for environmental sustainability. We've done, I think, a good job with that. Not that we can't improve, quality always improves. And so we're going to move that forward. I think the second domain would be active conservation or reclamation of the environment. And we're moving forward with that, with, seeding the oysters here in the Chesapeake Bay and some other different things, conservation projects. And that's going forward, as Meg and team said this morning. Where I think I would like to put some energy into is the political action. We haven't done a lot of that. It's clear across the world that children and youth can be the strongest advocates for environmental sustainability and conservation and reclamation than any other group. They have strong, hopeful voices that legislators hear, and I would like to see us at some point across the world to develop a program or a project where we could enliven those voices. We can celebrate those youthful voices and use that as to help them in their leadership for sure, but to also to advance the whole notion of environmental sustainability.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you very much. And
Most
thank you,
welcome.
and congratulations for all the work that St. Patrick is doing.
Thank you very much.
Valerie and Alejandro. Estoy tan feliz de tantas cosas que hemos hecho hoy y hemos logrado. Felicitaciones a
I'm
todos.
so happy, seeing so many things we've achieved today. Congratulations.
A la doctora Jenny Marcela.
We want to ask a question to Dr. Jenny Marcela. We would like to have more knowledge as to what project has Corantoquia implemented to work in favor of a sustainable environment, because there isn't a lot of information for us. We would like to know a bit more about it. And what are you doing to make sure that all these projects that are being carried out are complied or are being complied with? Micrófono. Está muy bajito el sonido. No le oigo. I'm sorry, I cannot hear her. Well, Corantioquia is part of the National Environmental System. It's a government entity. I'm sorry, I cannot hear very well. I'm sorry, the sound is too low. Dr. Jennifer, I'm sorry, we're not hearing you well. The sound is cut. And what if you try without the headsets, maybe?
Es mejor.
Yes, without the headset, I think it's better.
No, está muy bajito.
Experiencia de fuera.
It's too
Eso.
low. No, it's very low.
¿Escuchan?
Sí,
Es-
señor.
Yes,
Ok.
better. Yes.
Corantioquia tiene su jurisdicción en 80 municipios del
Corantioquia has its jurisdiction in 80
25
municipalities in the Department of Antioquia. We have been operating for 25 years, and ever since we started, we have been accompanying the municipalities, especially the educational
que tiene
sector, especially the
de nuestra
public one,
jurisdicción.
which has presence in those municipalities of
ambiental.
our jurisdiction. We have been accompanying processes of environmental education that apply to school
Educación
curriculum with those instruments given by the national policies like PRAE.
para
We
las
will
instituciones y también para los niños.
go a bit beyond expanding the offer and the supply for institutions and also for children who are at school or not at school. So to answer specifically your question, Valerie and Alejandro, we have a program called Guardians of Nature, and it is a program of experience environmental education for children in our jurisdiction, which seeks to recognize the territory. We're explaining to them that the territory is our zone of life. And as zone of life, there we have the possibility with them to discover the ecosystems that we inhabit, the best practices to adapt them to the natural conditions of those territories, developing attitudes of love and affection for those beings that they share the environment with sustainable practices from those first years of life, as well as generating networks of collaboration and solidarity amongst children. We're also promoting in this new plan of action, well, we have some instruments that allow us to reach the territory with specific plans of action, and they're built with people. And it is important to understand that environmental management in the country is participatory, and the guarantee of these are our plans of environmental regional projects. Children participate in those spaces where we gather information, opinions, etc., and we incorporate all these in our work route. We have a proposal that we expect to have ready this year with the guidance of our director, who trusts all these, trusts and confides in all these changes. We're trying to have the school become an eco school, or a place where we can build what we are mentioning currently as resilience, territorial resilience. And that, yes, indeed, generates changes that are unavoidable. Climate change has gained a lot of advantage in the planet, and it's generating transformations that are drastic. We need to generate habits which will allow us to reduce those causes that are generating the change. But fundamentally, to survive, we need to adapt better. And we consider that the school is the place where it can happen. It can be strengthened, this capacity of the community. We understand that the school, more than a physical structure, is also the community around it. It's the parents, it's the school governance, it's the entities that provide services to the school, it's the restaurant, the cafeteria, the people who provide services. All those actors which are part of the community or who are part of the community can be strengthened if we find in the school that center of management for environmental education. So we have this project, Guardians of Nature. We train teachers in matters of environmental education and understanding the territory. We generate participatory spaces so that the community can also influence our plans. And we're trying to have this eco school to become the place where we can articulate environmental management in our territory. And if we install a crop, for example, of water to, I don't know, solve any water problem, because several of our schools in the rural areas don't have access to drinking water. You might realize that there aren't any sanitation conditions for children to be able to go to class and follow the biosafety protocols. So that is a necessary condition, and it is the duty of entities like us to guarantee, make sure that there is drinking water available in sufficient amount. The management of solid waste at school is also fundamental. Guarantee a correct disposal, and based on these processes, the community should learn to make good management of their waste. So the school is the epicenter of many community practices which serve to strengthen this capacity, especially in our rural contexts. Thank you, Alejandro and Valerie. Maybe we have time for one more question. And I also have two more questions if we are able to ask them. I had one for Francisco and for Maria El Pilar, but continue, please. It's one more question to close this session, and it's more general for everyone. We've seen today a series of testimonies that, yes, you can. It's slow, but you can fight for our planet. So to all those who are here, regardless of your position or what you can do, what do you commit to do? You've seen and heard a series of intelligent and bright people here saying, hey, we can do something apart from protesting. So what does each institution commits to do in order to conclude our session?
Ederson.
Hola, buenas
I'll
tardes.
take us.
Pues,
Oh, go.
digamos que yo,
Perdón, Ederson.
Ok, sí,
Ederson
dale.
primero y
So Ederson first and then Dr. Marcinkowski. Well, I commit to make my best effort so that my monitoring data on forests in the country are readily available so that we can support the conservation of natural forest areas. I commit to have IDEAN make their best efforts to approach local communities in the academy so that we are in synchronization, to assure sustainability. Dr. M.
I will commit to doing whatever Juan Pablo asks me to do.
I don't know what I'm gonna do. ¿Alguien más? Sigue. Jennifer, ¿estás muda?
Qué pena, interrumpí a
I'm
Francisco.
sorry, I interrupted Francisco, please. Don't worry, don't worry. Thank you. Well, just like Ederson, I also commit here at this national institution, I commit to help make more visible these portals, data portals that Ederson talked about. We generate them from data of biological biodiversity. I'm sure it's of interest for schools. So I also commit to generate scenarios of more visibilization where children can also be, appropriate and take over them, and generate scenarios where we can talk about participatory science in school environments. Thank you very much. Thank you, Francisco. Well, I commit to, as environmental activist and ambassador of good faith in the United Nations, I commit to continue becoming more aware of the biodiversity of this country and to be able to continue working for the conservation of this natural wealth and this diversity that we have in our planet, basically. You're beautiful. Thank you, Francisco. Anybody else? So in Corantioquia, and personally, I would like to make a commitment, and it's for environmental education, to allow to build a sense of life. It's very important for us to make or allow children who have lost faith and hope to find a way to contemplate this beautiful heritage in our countries, which are so diverse in biodiversity and fauna and flora, to take care of and recognize and better adapt with the meaning and with a purpose. So yeah, that's my commitment for environmental education. Thank you everyone for your patience and for devoting an entire day for this. Thank you, Ministry of Education. Thank you, Ministry of the Environment, Colombian Council, Greenhouse or of Green Building Council, Corantioquia, St. Patrick's School, Tom, the team of Rochester, such a great technical team behind here at Rochester, the team at the ministry, our two elegant moderators today, Rochester. Thank you, Francisco, Damian. I hope you can go to bed in Israel because it's already time, right? So we'll leave you with Juliana, our master of ceremonies, for this wonderful closure. So thank you all. We thank all participants today, but we also want to congratulate especially each one of you who connected to this first summit of Green Generation, educating leaders for the sustainability of tomorrow. Before saying goodbye, we want to invite you again so that tomorrow at 7:30 we can all connect and continue acquiring knowledge to leave our footprint here in this world. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Que se conectaron a este primer encuentro de Generación Verde, educando líderes para la